Okay, I bring the meeting on August 5th to order at 6:09. Everyone, I believe, has done roll call, so we're good for there. Before I begin, I would like to remind everyone that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. However, it is important to note that the board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but it is a meeting to conduct the district's business in public. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinion respectfully within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings, so that the board is able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During this meeting, there will be time for public comment on both agenda and non-agenda items. As of January 25th, public comment will only be conducted in person. If you wish to speak tonight, please submit a written comment card with the executive secretary. Members of the public may observe the meeting via NUSD YouTube channel or in person at Newark City Council chambers. Spanish translation will be available. Is she coming tonight? Okay. So Spanish translation will be available. Public comment on closed item sessions. Is there any public comments? Okay, thank you. We will be discussing the following: public employee dismissal, discipline release complaint, Government Code 54957. Conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, employee organizations, CSEA and NTA. Conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. We have 4 cases to discuss. Public appointment, employment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Director, Human Relations. Public appointment, employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Assistant Principal, Newark Memorial High School. Okay, thank you. We are off to closed session. Thank you for your patience while we get ourselves settled here. Let's see, we have nothing to report from closed session, so I will move past to that. If there are any other additional speaker cards, if you could please turn those in at this time, that would be wonderful. And it is time for the pledge. Ms. Jasleen, would you mind? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to meeting practices and information. It was recommended to me that we rotate this, so I'm going to start by doing that tonight, and I'm not going to read it. I have asked Member Thomas, VP Thomas, to read that for us tonight.
Okay, these are our board meeting guidelines. We will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards the future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address process, not persons. We will respect differences. We will never dismiss or devalue others.
Thank you. All right, we are moving to the approval of the agenda. We are going to, before we approve the agenda, I'd like to mention that we are going to move 11.1, which is, make sure, the Measure O Citizens Bond Oversight Committee bylaws. We're going to be moving that up to after 8.2. And to follow that, we will move 13.2, which is the personnel report. We'll be moving that up right after that. And then we will move to superintendent's report. So with that, could I ask for an approval of or a motion for approving the agenda?
I move we approve the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you so much. And we'll vote. And I think you just vote under her name. We'll get the name changed. So it says Joy Lee, but it is Jasleen who is putting that vote through. We just haven't gotten that changed yet. All right, thank you so much. 6 ayes. All right, student reports. Member Jasleen.
All right. Is this good? Okay. Good evening, students, staff, board members, and community. With the start of school just around the corner, there's already a lot of energy, planning, and anticipation on our campuses. We're prepping for the first day of school on Wednesday, August 7th, and our leadership team has already been working hard to set a positive tone for the new school year. Just recently, we had a successful 9th grade orientation where incoming students got campus tours, met with student leaders, and learned more about transitioning into high school. To keep that going, we'll be hosting a 9th grade picnic in the quad next Friday. Our seniors also had a great first bonding event at Topgolf this past Wednesday, which gave us a fun chance to reconnect and kick off our final year together. Now, sports. Fall sports orientation is happening tomorrow at 6:30 in the Newark High School Old Gym. And fall sports officially begin on Monday, August 11th, so we'll be excited to get the season started. Looking ahead, our senior parent meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, August 12th at 6 p.m. in the library, followed by the first PTSA meeting of the year. Our 3rd annual Champions Conference will be held on Saturday, August 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m., which is a great opportunity to bring students, families, and staff for motivation and community building. Lastly, we are currently in the process of finding a new ASB bookkeeper, as Mrs. Altavis has recently retired. We'd like to congratulate her and thank her for all she's done for our school. I know that a lot of our clubs really appreciated her. She's been such a kind and reliable presence, and she will definitely be missed by I as well. That wraps up my report. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to keeping you all updated throughout the school year.
Thank you. Thank you. Employee organizations, NTA?
Hello, school board members and executive cabinet. I don't know how each of your days were, but I can tell you that I am exhausted. Newark educators returned to our beloved NUSD today for a celebratory kickoff of the year and professional development. On behalf of NTA, I would like to say how much we appreciate having the cheer squad welcome us and having our MC this morning, Rachel Ristow, right? I'm pronouncing, okay. So this morning, I found myself once again in a Newark Unified School District building and quickly saw that I was not the most impressive Rachel in the room. This has become my lot in life, and I'm starting to get used to it. But I'll keep trying to impress everyone, but please be patient with me. So I don't know how many folks in the community know, but NTA members get 2 days before school to prepare for the new school year. We have one professional development day, that was today, a work day, tomorrow, and then the next day is the first day of school. So I am sure all of you school board members will understand when I let you know that NTA executive board member introductions will not be happening this evening. Hopefully my e-board members are home, resting, and getting ready for their workday tomorrow. I would like to thank Superintendent Vicar for her words this morning. I especially appreciate how she mentioned that we can expect a lot of support from the district this year. I'm not making that up, I'm pretty sure, right? Okay, right. So I'm getting older and sometimes I forget, but I really remember something about support and then be going like, yay! So thank you. So I will confess, I did take a peek at the board meeting agenda this evening and was thrilled to see that the district has been awarded a $1.132 million grant by the California Schools Healthy Air Plumbing and Efficiency Ventilation Program under the School Energy Efficiency Stimulus Program. I suppose most of that money must go towards making the HVAC systems efficient. It's an efficiency grant. But I'm fairly sure that I speak for my NTA members when I say right now, at this moment, we would settle for a working HVAC system. It doesn't have to be efficient. It is possible that even our most environmentally friendly members, our hippiest of hippie NTA members, do not care one bit right now about efficiency. We just want it to work. So, as you can imagine, and as I've said before, it is miserable working in an 85-degree classroom. So we are very, 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 very thrilled that hopefully something can be done with that money. Now, finally, last time I spoke, I did say that I was saving the spice for you. I did warn you that sooner rather than later, the Rachel Bloom spice you've come to know and love, would rear its ugly cayenne and habanero infused head. I brought you something this evening that will hopefully help you build your tolerance to spice. Soon you'll grow to love it, that spice and energy, that passion and dedication. That spice, energy, passion, and dedication is what I share with all my fellow NTA members. And that is the secret ingredient that will create the schools our students and families deserve. So thank you. And I literally do have spices for you. Literally, it's literally spices. Oh my God. Wow. Thank you. Literally. That's amazing. I'm not playing.
Thank you, Rachel. Lovely. Oh my God, this is great. My son will love it. Oh, my salt is good. Thank you.
Rachel, while you're taking your seat, I'm sorry I'm going to have to disappoint you about that grant, but it actually has like very specific things that we have to spend the money on. But we'll be happy to share that information with you so you know like where those energy efficiency things are happening in this particular campaign.
Next time, Costco spice size. I'll be back. I'm not giving up.
I'll be happy to the state board with you though on that one.
CSEA? Numa? All right, thank you very much. All right, we are going to move on to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just had a question. So, Miss Rachel Bloom, is your middle name Takis?
No, my middle name is Esther.
Okay, you know what
Not
you know what Takis are, aren't you?
Takis, oh, like the spicy?
Yeah, the
Oh, no.
chips.
The ironic thing is, I actually don't like spiciness.
She just likes to be spicy, not taste spicy.
That's the kind of ironic thing. All the spice goes out, and I don't like to bring it in.
All right, great. Non-agenda public comment items. I have Ms. Parks.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to publicly express serious concerns about the lack of timely and transparent communication pertaining to the changes to the after-school program and the very real impact those changes are having on families across the district. Let's start with the July 23rd meeting. The meeting was called with very little notice and presented a verbal overview of the reductions in the ELOP revenue. There wasn't a financial breakdown of expenditures, and it lacked detailed program options for the board to consider. At this point, parents are confused, and understandably so. Not everyone who applied received a July 30th, 2025 notification, and the after-school program looks different depending upon the school and the student's UPP status, which is a foreign term to most parents. The Think Together program at BGI, BGP, Kennedy, and Lincoln will now be free-based program for non-UPP students due to the ELOP funding. However, Schilling, Coyote Hills, and the middle school is free to all accepted students since it is funded by ACES. That inconsistency has only deepened the confusion. You were given limited information and asked to make a quick financial decision to avoid deficit spending. But the way that decision was carried out by staff has left too many families with questions. Let's talk numbers. As reported in the July 23rd board meeting, there were 504 applicants, 277 non-UPP, and 227 UPP. The contract you approved with Think Together only covers 400. As an example, let's say you charge 150 families $450 per month over 10 months. That would generate $675,000. Yet according to the principal appropriation on the CDE website, the Think Together contract you approved May 6th, on the surface, the projected shortfall is only $60,000. How can the district justify collecting an estimated $675,000 to fill a $60,000 gap? Now, I realize that of course, doesn't include salaries and food, but I want to be clear. I support charging reasonable fees to close a legitimate funding gap, but this must not become a way to generate revenue off the back of families, causing panic before the school year begins. But this isn't just about money, it's about people. It's about working families who are given a week's notice to figure out how to pay for childcare. On one very real possibility is children going home to an empty house unsupervised, not because their parents don't care, but because they can't afford the fee. That's the kind of impact we cannot be ignored. I'll be sharing more about the situation later this evening, but I hope that you take a moment to reflect not just on the dollar amounts, but on the decisions being made and how they ripple into the lives of children and families who have depended on this free program for the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Eustace?
Good evening, Board. I would first like to thank you for allowing us to have our summer program, of which we ended up not only keeping the amount of students we had the quarter before, but gaining a few more students, which is the first time in a number of years. So that was great. We are going to be taking, and we are going to be performing in the next couple of months. We're going to be going up to Acacia Creek on Thursday, and we're going to perform. It's a retirement home up on the hill in Union City. We've performed there before, and it's a wonderful event. We're going to do Newark Days. We are going to be going on at 12 o'clock, so I know you guys are probably going to be in the parade, so come afterwards and see what we are producing as far as songs. We are going to be doing a private party on Sunday, September 28th at Lake Elizabeth. We then are also going to be celebrating the Moon Festival. And I can only tell you we're going to do it, it's going to be on a Tuesday, October 7th. October 7th, and we're going to do the last hour of the class. And it's really interesting to have the different Asian countries tell you about Moon Festival and the stories behind it. It is absolutely amazing and a lot of fun. I also wanted you to know we're working on 2 new songs, particular different styles, which is something that we have not performed before, so I'm looking forward to that. We have developed a letter to the principals, and we're going to try to deliver that letter to each principal separately, letting them know what we can do for them for free and how the classes, some of the classes that we give are like for music, for minor classes, and we can do that for you. So I'm excited. I'm hoping to have even more students sign up this quarter than the last quarter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fabiola Cruz?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fabiola Cruz. I'm here today to express concern for the sudden and short notice about Think Together becoming a fee-based program. I had come before you to beg you to reconsider keeping Think Together after you announced the program would not be available this year. I brought my daughter a few times and she drew up a little poster for you guys. I'm really grateful you kept the program. However, myself and many other parents were surprised to hear about the program suddenly becoming a fee-based program for certain campuses or sites. Exactly a week ago, I received a message on ParentView saying there were recent adjustments in state funding, and unless our family qualified for free lunch or other programs, it would turn into a fee-based. I've stated in the past, I'm very new at the rules and regulations. I'm a working parent. I try to learn as much as I can and research. I'm doing my best as a parent to stay informed. However, when I received the recent email about the cost, I was taken back. I thought, thank God I only have one child. How will families with multiple children manage this kind of cost? You mentioned coming up with a fair and affordable price. I guess I'm just here to tell you that my husband and I do our best to budget. We constantly find ways to stretch our money, not spend on the unnecessary, budget for good and healthy extracurricular activities like tutoring for math and reading, positive sport activity to enrich both our daughter's brain and body. The $450 is very high, especially because it literally came out of nowhere. You gave very little notice before school started. Not everyone has a village to rely on for after-school care. I'm trying to comprehend the reasoning behind the program, funding getting cut and expenses, but you've made it very difficult. Newark parents are struggling right now. We're facing financial uncertainty, and the world issues are very concerning. This adds another layer of uncertainty. Did any of you parents have parents in mind when creating this price tag? I know there are 2 different programs, and I found that other school sites don't have to pay for Think Together. However, Lincoln and other sites do. I find it really tough to understand, and I find it very frustrating. I wanted to tell you, and I wanted to give you guys all a live parent perspective, a true worry story per se. These kind of decisions you create make more added worry to everyday parents. We lose sleep because how will we manage another unexpected expense? How will I be calm enough to explain to my daughter that she can't have certain things basic necessary things. And you talk about having kids and students in mind. It's just very difficult. It's very hard on the mental load we already have to carry as parents. A lot of you guys are parents yourselves. I just would appreciate your reconsideration of the fee amount. I also wanted to say thank you to all the teachers for their work day in and night, day out, all of the staff, and as well, all of the hardworking staff at Think Together. Thank you for your time.
Carrie Newt?
Good evening. I hope with the Think Together program that if the P2 ADA is significantly different, which sometimes happens, that money that these parents put in goes back, or at least partially, because I believe it should not be a for-profit, but it should also not be for a loss. So that's, hopefully we find some more money and then we can give it back. I want to quickly talk about what I feel is the most important issue or problem with this district, and that is that we don't have a CBO. The unaudited actuals are on its way, and I'm very concerned about that we're going to have trouble putting these numbers together, that we're going to find all kind of surprises or things we didn't see for all kind of reasons. We need a CBO, and if we can't get a permanent hire in a certain time frame, we need to look for an interim. We need to find some interim. Board members should work on this as well. Board members, I hope, have their connections, and this is what I consider an emergency, that we need to find an interim CBO on a very short-term basis to bridge until we have a working CBO. One little example I can give you is, for instance, the CBOC. Right now the CBOC is actually in a defunct situation because there's effectively only one member, and one member cannot constitute a quorum. But there's no annual report, and last time when I was a member, there were a couple of outstanding questions to the CBO or to the district in general that haven't been answered. And, we're talking about $10,000, I think, so it's not, a major issue, but it is something that needs to be addressed. This board would have to appoint another CBOC member for Measure G for this committee to actually be active, or maybe do a roll-in into Measure O, however you want to structure it. But right now, there's no CBO. So this is just a small example, of course, but again, not having a CBO is an extremely high-risk situation that we need to resolve. So I hope everybody works really hard to get an interim CBO as soon as possible so we can deal with things. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to stay and speak on your 11.1 since you're here?
Don't tell me that you did this especially for me to help me out being
No,
more
actually,
efficient.
I didn't. It's
I'm
just how the cards
kidding.
work.
Yeah, no. Okay, so the bylaws. So I want to say two things about that. One thing, I do appreciate that the bylaws were presented for Measure O, and there was some feedback from the community. I don't know who else gave feedback. Maybe there was no other feedback, or there was other feedback, but I was one of them. And my feedback was this is too restrictive. With these bylaws, you cannot have an efficient CBO, a CBOC. And I feel that the board listened. The board made a temporary arrangement to basically copy the Measure G bylaws. And I understand that it has gone through legal and be verified, and it's now for a vote. So I think that's a good process, and I appreciate personally that, there's a process where the community input is used by the board and the district to make things more efficient. Having said that, there's a couple of little things that are still in the bylaws that I think are potentially problematic. So it says that CBOC should meet at least once annually. I can understand if we're at the end of the road that could happen theoretically, but in practical means that's impossible. And we don't want to set up the wrong expectations for applicants. I think typically speaking, you would need 6 meetings for a year because you have 4 quarterly meetings, you have a tour, and you probably need 1 or 2 meetings to, finalize the annual report. So 6 meetings is probably what you would want to tell the public who wants to be a member as sort of what the expectation is. The other item is the reference to the committee's code of conduct. That's great, but I think that means that we need one. Because otherwise it's sort of like, well, what are we referring to, right? So it's great that the board acts, but the question remains, why did we get such an, in my opinion, sham bylaws? Did the district say to legal, we want something as minimum as possible? Or do we have a legal representation that, in my opinion, is not doing a service to the community and to this district? Providing such a template bylaw is, as restricted as it is just really unacceptable in my mind. Maybe the legal firm should do some pro bono work for CBOCs that have been, wronged to kind of get back on the moral train. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parks, would you like to speak now or before the warrant report? Before the warrant report. Thank you. Just confirming, I was pretty sure that was your answer. All right. We are going to move to 11.1, which is the Measure O Citizens Bond Oversight Committee bylaws. And Ms. Superintendent Picard.
Thank you. This evening, we do have our legal counsel here to be able to review the board bylaws with the board. At our last meeting, as it was shared by community member Noob, the board did take action on doing the draft adoption of Measure G, which now became the draft for Measure, the adoption of Measure G's bylaws, which became the draft Measure O. And then with that, what we did is I had the legal counsel go back, add any concerns that they felt that needed to be addressed from legal standpoint, or to be able to give flexibility for the committee and for the board. So before you this evening, we do have with us our legal counsel. I'd like to introduce Katie Dobson to you. And Katie's here this evening, and she's can share with you her legal recommendations to the board. And please feel free to ask her questions.
Thank you very much. If it's okay, I'll start by just saying congratulations and delivering some good news. Your bond issuance closed this morning, so you now have tens of millions of dollars to spend on projects in your account, and the results were better than we brought to the board, our estimates. We exceeded them in every way, so your payment amount went down by $4 million, more than $4 million from what we estimated. Your taxpayer savings in connection with the refunding went up by $65,000. Interest costs were lower, so it was positive across the board. So I just wanted to share that. So now that you have all that money, it's time to start overseeing the expenditure. As discussed, I took the Measure G bylaws. I made some edits and updates to them. They were from 2011 and looked like they had been amended a number of times. And so I'm happy to address any questions. With respect to the number of meetings, the law requires that the committee meet at least annually, and that's what's reflected in the bylaws in front of you. But it also says the committee should meet as often as necessary to discharge its duties. So if that's 4 times a year or 6 times a year, it might be different every year depending on how much you're spending at the time. So there's flexibility in there. Are there any questions I can answer?
Go ahead. I don't, for some reason, my speaker thing's not coming up for requesting to speak, but maybe if you hit it, it'll key my pad.
I hit mic.
Okay, it's not, I don't know why it's not coming up on my screen,
Okay.
so.
Oh, you want to hit
Did
the
you hit
request?
request? Yeah, if you hit that, I'm trying to see if it changes my screen, but it's not. Mine's just stuck on voting. So, okay, yes, go ahead, Member Hill.
Okay, so thank you for coming in person, and thank you for sharing the good news, and that's great news. Just a question regarding the meeting. So I understand that there's a general legal requirement to meet once a year. My question is when I first joined the board about 4.5 years ago, one of my first duties was to serve on the audit committee. And as I came on the audit committee, I asked, so when was the last time that we met? And they said, a year ago. And I said, you got to be kidding. And so we actually changed that to meet at least basically, it's literally quarterly. I think at this point it's maybe every other month. But understand that there's a legal sort of, not to exceed this amount of time. But do you see any issue with us putting in a little bit more frequent meeting schedule, just so that we can make sure that our committee is on top of details?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to amend these bylaws however the board sees fit. I like to set the committee up for success in complying with the bylaws. So the previous bylaws set forth 4 specific months that the committee would vote in. Obviously, meet in. Things may come up, expenditures may speed up or slow down. So I like to just give flexibility for what works for the committee at the time, but we can absolutely mandate more meetings. No problem.
Okay.
From a staff's perspective too, I think we also need to see where we can also spend time to make sure that we can intersect and provide the support systems that's also needed, right? So I want to make sure that also from a staff time piece, we're able to meet those expectations. Maybe something to think about, I think, for all of our committees. I think it's something that at your annual organization meeting, like when you're talking about your roles, I think staff can make a recommendation to you and you could amend that recommendation at that time as to how many times the committee might meet throughout the year. Maybe that's something that we could take a look at as being an element, and that way as we work through time, that would probably be something that would be advantageous. I think it also brings to the forefront what the expectation is of both the board and also of what staff can also manage as staff wants to make sure that we can provide you with the resources and provide the committee with the resources that they need to be effective.
Yeah, so thank you for the input. And I think that maybe aligns with a larger theme, which is that, less is more. And I think that that's something that we really ought to remind ourselves of is that we shouldn't be taking on more tasks and more initiatives than we actually have the bandwidth to support. And I will tell you that prior to becoming a teacher, when I was running my own consulting business, and I specialized in rescuing projects that were in trouble, that one of the fundamental things that I saw almost across every project was that they were hardly meeting at all. And so I think that that's kind of a recipe for disaster. So I think if we're going to do something, then we need to make sure that we're able to commit the resources. But my sense, given the bond and given the amount of money that we're talking about and given the fact that it's financial, I think at least meeting quarterly is appropriate, right? And so I would advocate for that unless other members feel differently about that.
I would say that I would agree with meeting quarterly, especially in the beginning when, we're coming up with or projects are being put into place. Towards the end, like we're getting with Measure G, that then, maybe it would be annual, we would at least be meeting annually. I like your recommendation of, yearly at that organizational meeting that we really think about, is it going to be appropriate to meet 4 times this year? Is it going to be 6? Is it going to be 1? Kind of talking about that as a board where we can make it an amendment or just agree that we're going to be meeting, however that works legally, to change it if it says, yearly now. do we put something in, I mean, I totally defer to you, but, you know, in the beginning, that it could be, you know, a minimum of 4 times a year when we're in the beginning stages of this.
So these bylaws can be amended by the board at any time for any reason that you want to amend them. And I agree during busy times, 4 to 6 meetings a year makes a lot of sense. But I wonder if you want to put that in the bylaws or if you want to, you know, have maybe something less formal where you set your meeting schedule for the year. Maybe in the bylaws, we could say meet at least annually with a good faith attempt to meet quarterly during construction periods or something along
Or
those lines.
could it say that it's brought up at the organizational meeting?
Yeah.
And that's a time when we will discuss it. We will at least revisit the number of meetings per year at the organizational meeting, if not more than that.
Absolutely.
But definitely at that point.
Yes, absolutely.
Member Thomas?
I know we already have the applications out and applications are coming in, but I think it's something we can do when we start reviewing and interviewing candidates, is to set the expectation with them and maybe put it in any time we have an opening for a new replacement member, that the expectation be put in there that there may be up to 4 or 6 meetings a year, just to make sure that those that apply are aware of that.
Absolutely.
And I would agree. I think your first year, you'll probably be looking at somewhere between 4 to 6 meetings, even with a meeting to be able to sit there and talk about expectations, roles and responsibilities. I mean, there's a whole lot that comes into getting this prep when you've got a whole new committee coming in. I think we want to do a good job. We talked, it was one of the big things that we wanted to make sure that our community knew that we cared enough to be able to spend the time with having an oversight committee. And I think it's really important. Having served on an oversight committee before, another community, I can tell you I took my role very seriously. And I believe there are members that have been on it before have also taken their role very seriously. So I can understand that. I just want to make sure that that you just knew from the staff's perspective that, you know, I just want to make sure that we can meet those expectations.
Member Hill?
And I just think that it's really important because, you know, there's some committees where, you know, the topics are important, but they don't have the same kind of consequences as when you're dealing with the sums of money that we're talking about. And so in this first round is 40 million, right?
Correct.
40 million. So there are companies, some even that are publicly traded, that don't have $40 million in revenue, and yet they are meeting on a quarterly basis. And so I think that, you know, if we as the board feel, and obviously we felt that we needed to, you know, go out for a bond, that means that we need to make sure that we apply the resources to support that. And if we need to take other things off the plate, then we take other things off the plate. But I think that we really need to set the expectation with everybody that we need to at least see quarterly oversight on this for right now.
I had one question about, as I look at the red marked exhibit 4.0 committee officers. It has the committee struck with board added may choose to establish other elected positions by amending these bylaws. Can you tell me a little bit about the difference between committee and board in terms of that?
Yes, so the Measure G bylaws at some point were amended such that the committee itself amends its bylaws and makes decisions like establishing new positions, removing committee members, things like that. So I, in revising the Measure O bylaws, gave that authority to the district's board, not to the committee, to amend the bylaws and to
That makes
add those
a
things.
tremendous amount of sense, that it should be, I feel like it should be the board and not the committee that has the power, so to speak, there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Member Aguiado, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, I'm just going to check in. Member Block? All right. Member Thomas? Anything else? Member Hill? All right. So as we look at these, and I know we need to decide which way we're going to go on this. The clean exhibit has the caveat of the board versus committee.
Correct.
Correct? And how does the board feel? Do we want to move that statement to quarterly? Would we like to have it added that in the beginning it would be quarterly? We will revisit at the organizational meeting. Do you feel we need to change that to quarterly, no matter what, during the entire process, and potentially let me finish and then I'll call on you to move it to quarterly, and then if we need to at an organizational meeting, we might break that back to twice a year or once a year. How does everyone feel about that? And Member Hill, go ahead.
So what I would suggest, President Jones, is that as our legal counsel has indicated, so we have bylaws, right? We're about to approve bylaws, and those bylaws can be amended. And obviously the board would be the one that would make those amendments. But rather kind of getting into, kind of a constant, sort of discussion around this, my suggestion would be, let's set the expectation up front that we meet at least quarterly, given the sums of money that we're talking about. And then at a later date, when the bonds get spent down, and we don't know when that's going to be, and maybe the activity is less, that the committee can come back to us and say, we really don't need to be meeting this much, and so we would like to amend the bylaws, and so to address it that way. So that's my suggestion.
Okay. Is everyone fine if Member Hill makes a motion to that effect? All right, Member Hill, go ahead and make a motion if you'd like to.
So I would like to make a motion to approve the clean copy. Is that what the clean copy with the amendment that we change the minimum number of meetings to quarterly.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we'll take a vote. Can Jocelyn vote for? Okay, great. All right, and tally is 6. And of course, where it says Joy, it is Jocelyn who is voting. All right, thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations again. It was a very successful issuance.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dobson, for joining us this evening. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much for coming. All right, we are going to move to 13.2, which is the personnel report, before going back to the superintendent report. Superintendent Vacar.
Thank you. At this point in the meeting, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Williams to talk to you about the changes to 13.2. We're excited to share this information with you.
So on 13.2, first, I'd like to amend that there is not a recommendation for the Director of Human Resources as one item. But the second item I'd like to bring up is what we're very excited about, is to announce our assistant principal over at Newark Memorial High School, Mari Wolgamuth.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I am so excited to bring my 30+ years of high school history teaching from Pleasanton to the city of Newark, and my extensive background in as a WASC coordinator, a department chair, a leader for the College Board and ETS, as well as my work with advanced placement students and EL students. So I am so looking forward to hitting the ground running at Newark Memorial High School, and I thank you so much for your confidence in me. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad you're here.
Mari, you brought some family members with you this evening. Would you like to introduce your family members?
Oh, sure. This is my youngest son, Ryan, and I have 2 older sons. And this is my husband of 30+ years, Dan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so do I have a motion to approve the POW with those modifications of announcing the AP and not discuss, and the, I believe you had a director of HR in there and that has been dropped. Okay, super.
I move that we approve the Pell with the amendments.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And a vote? All right, great. All right, back to superintendent's report. Thank you all for coming.
It's been a long day. We're like loving technology right now. Ah, there it is. No? There we go. We can go to the next slide, please. So we have some good news here this evening. You already got a little sneak preview about our $40 million, which is being delivered. We have closed escrow. You heard some of the great news around some of the elements. Most importantly, we are retiring Measure G. So in what we did, we were able to, with our proceeds, be able, so that there would only be one payment that our taxpayers would be making in an annual year. We were able to retire the one earlier and then actually then fund Measure O to go along with it. You heard about some of the savings. That's because of our credit rating. Very excited. It was so much fun back in, to kind of watch who was, interested in purchasing our bonds. I really want to thank everybody that was involved. Stifel, who was our bonds broker that kind of helped us with doing all that. They did a great job of marketing Newark Unified School District. And so I'm really appreciative of their help, and I really appreciate Katie Dobson's help with all the legal language to make sure that we were able to strike the best deal possible for our district. So I'm very proud of the work that was done and really excited to be able to know that the funds are arriving here at the district and that escrow is closed and that we'll be able to begin the process, which I know is probably very exciting out there for Travis because there's a great need out there in our school district. With that, our enrollment registration updates for right now. At budget adoption, we had figured on 4,513 students. We're up a little bit from that, so we're at 4,597 students as of today that have registered for our school district. There probably will be some flexibility both with additional enrollments and possibly some students exiting out as they get accepted into other districts that perhaps they had applied in. So there'll still be some changes. We'll keep you posted on what that looks like. For our TK, our projection was over by 34 students from what we initially had projected. That's over 3 classrooms. So something to really think about. That's exciting that we have so many youngsters coming in and their families, and we're excited to be able to welcome them this coming school year. Over in human resources, we still have 1 vacant position in HR. All of our site administrations are fully staffed as of this evening, and so we're excited about that. And then we have, of course, the vacancy for our position for CBO. I do want to share with the community that we've been working very closely with the board on identifying an interim CBO to be able to come in. We are in the process of doing that now and hope to have some additional news to you on the 19th for that. And then we're working very closely to look at the position of CBO so that we can go out there and go market that position. And I do want to thank Member Hill for assisting our team with his time this summer. And we hope to maybe have another board member also join us as we start to move forward on that search. And so really looking forward to the many opportunities that I think that are out there. This is a very key position for our district. It's a strategic position. And we definitely need it, as the community members shared. It is such a vital position to make sure that our fiscal health stays where it needs to stay. In the meantime, we're going to probably be augmenting this, and I'll be coming back to you from time to time for some very specialized projects that might need to be done. I will keep you informed to make sure that our district is staying positioned and poised as the best way possible. I need to be able to not only report that back to you and to our community, but also to the county office who has oversight. Next slide. A little bit about our child care after school fee-based program. We definitely are hearing from our parents about your concerns. I do want to thank our community that's reached out to us and asked about some clarifying questions. We had many of the same questions. I want to thank Karen Allard, our assistant superintendent, and Ophelia Molero for all their work that they've done to very quickly pivot and come up with a program. We are concerned. We did look at the prices that were in other school districts surrounding us as to what they were charging. We did not want to charge more than what we needed to charge. We want to make sure that we make up. We are not looking to make a profit. We are looking to be able to break even. And so right now we have set that at $450 per month. Of course, we're going to be looking at other resources. The way how the projection was done for the calculation of the ELOP grant was based on last year's P2 report that we had. So it was last year's P2. It does not have an impact on whatever this year's P1 and P2 is. It was on last year's P2 that was used. We did go back to confirm that the correct numbers were given to the state. They were accurate. I was pretty sure they were accurate at the last board meeting, but we did want to go back and confirm that. And so those were the numbers that were used, and those were the numbers that were calculated by the state. I think the challenge was that when the governor, I think, talked about new money coming into ELOP for Tier 1 in particular, which is the most at-need school districts that qualify for over 55.1% of what they call an unduplicated pupil count, which is for our free and reduced lunch counts. We are actually in Tier 2. So we were anticipating that Tier 1 was going to go up. From all indications, it appeared it was new money. What we did not understand is that it was taking money from Tier 2 to be able to shift into Tier 1. And I don't think that was clarified. And we've gone back, we've looked at all of our slides and the variety of meetings that both fiscal was in as well as program and what they were in for meetings. And we did not have that indication. So either we missed something, very possible, but we don't believe that we saw any early signs that this is something that we should have been, watching out for. So it did seem like a huge surprise. It seemed like a very large change to the amount of funding that was sitting out there. And we definitely hear our community that we need to continue looking at ways that we can try to reduce those costs. Even before this program, before we knew about the changes to ELOP funding, I was concerned because I was afraid over time that ELOP funding might become more volatile. And so I had been I had reached with the city, and I have been in communication about looking at how we can provide additional after-school programming for our families in this community. I know they care deeply about the support systems too for our families as well as we do. And so I think together, collectively, we're hoping to come back with some other programming options for the future. And so please stay tuned. We'll keep the board and our community up to date as to what's happening with that as we continue that dialogue with the city. Next slide.
Member Thomas has a question. Is it all right if we ask
Yeah,
questions
please.
in the middle, or do you want us to wait?
Yeah, I guess my question is that in reviewing the ACES requirements in the Ed Code. I noted that it allows for fee-based programs, so I'm wondering why we are not extending the fee-based for our non-UPP students to Schilling, Coyote Hills, and the middle school.
Karen, can you? Yeah. I don't know that you're talking about the ACEs. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You're
Yeah,
not talking
ACEs,
about ELOP. You're talking about the
yeah.
ACEs for the other schools.
So our Coyote Hills, Schilling, and middle school are ACES. They're funded by ACES. But we have not mentioned any fee-based program for those three schools, and yet the ACES guidelines in the Ed Code allows for fee-based programs, and I'm wondering if we've given that any consideration because of the equity issue of one school being treated different from another for non-UPP students.
I think they're two different program guidelines, although I think both programs have always allowed for us to do a fee-based program. This past year, we thought we had enough funds coming in that we could support our community needs. And I think that was the first desire to try to be able to support them. I think we've been watching it very closely to make sure that if it was something that was going to start costing us money, that we would go. That happened, less than 10 days ago now. We wanted to bring that as an early alert first to the board, but then to make sure that we got that communication out as quickly as possible to families as we learned just how significant it was and what we needed to do to be able to make sure that there was a program available to our families. So I think it's something that we need to go back, we need to take a look at for the future. I think that funding is something that we need to keep our eyes on and make sure that we look at all the options. And I think if that's something that the board would desire for us to go back and look at the ACES program for any kind of program changes, we just weren't prepared to do that at the beginning of the year. Our desire initially, of course, was to be able to help support both UPP and non-UPP students with, serving our most unduplicated, most that need families first, of course. We always open up first to them, and if there's any additional slots, then we open them up to our other families. So I think we've tried to take the money that's being given to us and we try to maximize it, right? But we always make sure that we serve our other families that require it first. They're the first on the wait list. They're the first that get, the first option to have seats, and if there's seats available, then we backfill those based on the funding that's sitting out there. So I don't know that we would even change that necessarily, but I think we need to make sure that if we've got more students that need to be served that we're not maybe meeting the needs of, then maybe we do need to look at fee-based models that come in with it. So we can take a look at that as staff, maybe look at some recommendations for the future. I think this is funding. I think this is a good chance and a good opportunity for us to go back and go take a look at what we can do for programming to be able to support our families. But most importantly, to maximize the funds that we do receive from the state and to be able to apply those to our families that need to have them. I appreciate the point.
Also had a follow-up question on this topic. You had mentioned the idea of some collaborations with the city on programming, and I think that's a really promising idea. I think the city and the district could do a lot more in terms of collaboration. Do you think, you may not know the answer to this question at the moment, but do you think the city would be open to, rather than having their own sort of after-school programming that we would help refer people to, maybe helping to subsidize the cost of attending the ones that we're already running so that the fee-based model would be more affordable? Do you think the city would be open to a conversation about that?
I haven't had a chance to really have the conversation with the city since all of this came down. And initially, of course, I was thinking our funding was a little bit more set from what we knew with for budgeting purposes during the spring, right? And so even thinking about for the future, I was looking how could we even maximize that even more by using that funding to maybe actually work collaboratively with the city to be able to create additional programming with more options for kids and not just the after school kind of, program that we've been doing, but to be able to have more opportunities for kids to be connected to, dance and theater and sciences and, more STEAM activities or specialized coding things or math clubs. I really wanted to be able to try to expand the services that we might be able to offer if we came together and thought about how we could do that or how we could maybe rotate programs between the different schools, over a period of time. So everybody got a plethora of opportunities to be able to try out new things. the idea is to be able to give kids more exposure, right? And make that happen. So I think, to me, this is an opportunity for us to go back. Obviously, resources are a little tighter than when we originally started planning, but I think to go back and look at, what funds do we have, what funds do they have, and then together work on a really good program for after school. Our primary responsibility, of course, is during the school day, right? But we also know that our families and kiddos need support after school as well. But if we can do that together with our city, I think it just makes us stronger and better together. But I think there's plenty of opportunity for us to be able to have more robust discussions, and especially when dollars become more precious.
Is there anything we as board members could do to facilitate conversations with city?
Yeah, I would say stand by. We may want to bring you in. We might want to do some presentations. We might want to maybe even have a joint meeting between city and school district maybe in the future, or through our liaison meetings that we have, to be able to introduce this so that we've got more people weighing in on the ideas. I think there could be some survey work that goes on out there. I think there's a lot of things that we can do. And I will just tell you that the discussions with the city have been strong. They've been good. They've been very collaborative, and they are wonderful partners.
Cool. Thank you.
So Superintendent, I know, number one, that you inherited this situation, and I know that childcare has been an issue that has gone through a whole bunch of permutations ever since I've been on the board. And initially, we had our own kind of childcare organization with staff that we paid, and then COVID hit, and then there was confusion, and we ended up paying people and they weren't doing anything, and then we ran a deficit, and then we said we can't do this anymore, and so then we scrapped the whole program and laid everybody off, and then we went to Think Together, and so it's gone through a whole bunch of permutations, right? And then we got hit with now this recent announcement, and so I think that we got caught a little bit flat-footed around this, and I think that we're now trying to adjust on a pretty rapid basis with limited information. But I think that over the summer, I've been cleaning up a whole bunch of stuff, including my files. And I'd saved an article so CTA puts out a monthly publication, and they had done a survey of parents, what do they care about? And one of the big things that they care about and they worry about is childcare. And so my suggestion would be, I think along the lines of what you just said and what others have said, is that that maybe we really prioritize this particular topic this year and allocate resources to really look into it, because I think that there's still a lot of opportunity to right-size it or rationalize it, make sure that the fees are right, that it's fair, make sure that people who need to pay are paying and people that don't have to. So, and I think that just needs some focus and some tender loving care. But I think that we as a board need to meet and talk about that, just to make sure that we provide unified direction before we have you go down that path. But my sense is that this is a priority for our community. Thank you.
I would say we're in the exploratory phase right now. We are not ready to make a decision at this point.
The last thing that I wanted to just kind of reiterate is, and I just want to make sure that I'm echoing what Member Thomas said in terms of, it seems to be a little inequitable that we're charging at 4 schools and not at the other 3. And so as we move forward, I know that the funding is different at those 2 schools, or at the 2 sets of schools, but possibly looking at how to come up with a fee-based that's across the board, even though they're different funding, if we're allowed to be able to charge at both schools or at both sets of schools, that that potentially could bring down maybe the cost a little bit, but just something to look at, so that there is an equitableness across the district. Just to look into it. Suggestion to look into it.
Appreciate the suggestions.
Okay. Continue on. Thank you for taking a break.
Thank you. If we could just share a little bit about the important dates that are coming up. Just a reminder that we do have a 70s theme for the Newark Days Parade and Carnival. We look forward to seeing everybody out there on the 18th and the 21st, and I know our schools will be in force out there for the parade And I know we're looking forward as a district to be able to come out and celebrate with Newark Days. We actually have a table right next to NTA. We're going to be partnering together, and so looking forward to it. And I look forward to some of the activities that our colleagues are going to be getting us into. Oh, is that the 70s look that you got going on over there? Little disco? Okay. All right. I think I see some disco balls in our future and maybe some wild, crazy colored pants. So looking forward to that. Classified staff is going to be tomorrow at the high school theater in the morning. I know some of our board members are coming out. We look forward to having you join us today. I want to thank our board members who came out today for certificated staff. Tomorrow's a teacher work day, as already shared with you, and no students tomorrow, but we'll see our students on Thursday morning. And then our next board meeting is scheduled for August 19th. Just a reminder, Labor Day is on Monday, September 1st, and the board is doing a CSBA board workshop here Saturday, September 13th, and I think we're trying to secure the actual location where that will be. Next slide, please. So I need to give a big shout out to our friends over at the city, here at the City of Newark. Staff had a very important day on the 25th of July. They called it Impact Day. And Impact Day came out to our schools to be able to make a difference. And they volunteered their time to come up and clean up our schools, try to give a little freshen up appearance. And I really just want to thank the city staff who generously gave their time and their love to being able to make our schools look the very best this year. They truly made a difference, and we are very grateful for their partnership. And I hope this is the first of many, and perhaps it's something that our team next year can also join in with Impact Day, and we can join in together. But they wanted to do something special for Newark Unified School District, and they put their resources towards us. And I just really wanted to be able to share a little bit about that story because it's pretty amazing. So thank you very much, the City of Newark. We really do appreciate you. Next slide. Or is that it? That's it. All right, that's it. I think I'm done with that part of it. We do have some staff reports that are coming up, and if you're ready, I can jump right into those. So the first one is the extension for the Bridge High School WASC accreditation. I will turn that over to Assistant Superintendent Karen Allard.
Thank you. Dr. Murphy, do you mind just coming up to the podium in case the board has some questions that you might be able to give some insight to? This agenda item is purely to alert the board that we requested WASC to postpone the accreditation process at Bridgepoint High that was to take place this year. For a couple of reasons. Bridgepoint has a new assistant principal, so new leadership at the school site where Dr. Murphy and the new assistant principal are having the opportunity to collaborate between the two high schools, and Newark Memorial just went through their accreditation process. So we get to learn what they did and bring that to the Bridgepoint and Crossroads site, as well as the previous schedule had Bridgepoint and Crossroads going at different times for their accreditation. So this gives us time to merge them together so it can happen at the same time instead of in 2 different years. Anything to add?
It just makes more sense to do that, and they were willing to accommodate us, so that was wonderful.
That's great. So will you be overseeing that with the
Yeah, we
VP?
started, I provided them with some past reports, some recommendations that the visiting committees recommended, and I gave them some homework to work on, just some things to start thinking about what we need to be working towards for next year.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you,
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy, for being so proactive. We appreciate you. And with that, our next item this evening is...
Oh,
So
go
I
ahead.
just had one. Just quick comment about the CBO part of your presentation, and just to add on to what Superintendent had said. So we recognize the importance of the CBO position, and we agree that it's a priority. And one of the discussions that we've, and the board understands it's a priority, and the board has specified that this is an area that we need to focus on. And one of the things that we've talked about this summer is kind of coming back to some of the commitments that we had made to ourselves a couple of years ago, which is that, and we had talked about wanting to become a great district and talking about models and talking about roadmaps like the Good to Great methodology that was invented out of Stanford. And one of the things that they talk about there is the organizations that ultimately become great, they go through a very similar cycle. And the first step is that they call it getting the right people on the bus. And so what that means is before you try to figure out what your goals are, where you're going to go, what the obstacles are, how you're going to overcome them, you got to get the right people in place, and they've got to be the right people. And so we've been having some discussions, and we've basically said, you know what, we're not going to settle for second best, right? We're going to look for and get a great CBO as our next CBO, but that can't happen on the turn of a dime, right? The drop of a dime. And so we're putting together, as superintendent had expressed, an interim approach which says that we're going to get somebody in on an interim basis in the next few weeks to sort of make sure that the trains run on time and everything, is working and that we've got things under control. And that will then give us as a committee an opportunity to actually really develop a very robust process, go out and really beat the bushes and do a really, really significant evaluation, and also document this, because we've never ever documented this process before. I don't think, I won't speak for, Member Thomas might know, but at least on my tenure on the board, we've never had a documentation around this process. So we're going to put the process together, we're going to document it, and there's going to be complete transparency to the degree possible. I mean, obviously there are sometimes some personnel confidential issues that you can't disclose. But other than that, there's going to be complete transparency to the board as well as to the public, and the output is going to be somebody great. So just stay tuned.
In the meantime, I'm trying to hold down the fort, so. Okay, are we ready for the next item?
Yes.
Okay, great. So item number 10.2 is Resolution 252601, which is known as being the statewide educational wrap-up program known as SUWUP. It's a JPA membership. It's part of the Keenan Associates offerings. And with us this evening, I'd like to introduce Kyle McKibben. He's the vice president. And I've known Kyle now for a few years. I know many of his other predecessors, but I'm kind of excited about this program, especially as we go into our bond program in particular. And I think you'll hear a little bit about the benefits. Right now, there's no cost to go into this. It's an option for us. But if you're in the program, it has a lot of pluses as we look at our various construction and facility projects that we'll be doing, because it has another layer of protection. And when I think about some of the past projects that we've done here in this district, if we had had this layer of protection, we would have been able to fall back onto the SOAP product to be able to really help and benefit our community, especially when it comes down like the HVAC projects that we had. I think about the project that when the bond for Measure G built the multi-purpose rooms for our elementary schools, and they all have the same problem. This would have been something that we could have gone back to SOAP on. So I'm looking forward to having Kyle describe a little bit to you about what the program is, the benefits to it, and so I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Good evening, members of the board and executive cabinet. I am Kyle McKibben with Keenan & Associates, Vice President out of our Bay Area office. I've had the pleasure of working with New York Unified, both on the work comp side as well as the property and liability side for the last 12 years that I've been at Keenan, but a longstanding relationship that Keenan has had with Newark Unified. So historically, we've been keeping your kids safe, your employees safe through property liability and workers' compensation. And really what the SOAP program will do is also keep your projects safe that you tend to enroll into the SOAP program. Superintendent Vakar mentioned it's a no-cost JPA until you utilize the program and identify projects to enroll into SOAP. So it's not just about coverage. There are 5 coverages that would be afforded to Newark Unified. An OSIP, or an owner-controlled insurance program, is exactly what it states. You would be the owner of all of the insurance for that project, for the contractors, subcontractors, and all tiers underneath. So in the event of a claim that happens, what it's really tended to do is eliminates the finger pointing between subcontractor A, contractor A, and all of the legal expense that goes into those large construction claims. So out of the 5 coverages, there's general liability, workers' compensation, owner's protective professional liability, pollution, as well as builder's risk. So those are the 5 stock coverages that are afforded to Newark Unified for the projects enrolled. Also, through the administration piece, we have a whole team down in our Torrance office that would enroll these contractors, enroll these subcontractors into the program. So there's a huge administrative piece to it to support Travis and his team as new projects are being identified. Now, it's not a one-size-fits-all. We've had some districts that utilize the SOAP program for all of their projects. Some districts utilize the SOAP program for a certain threshold or size of project or the scope of the project. Additionally, when I talked about keeping the project safe, every month a loss control consultant would go out to the site of whatever construction is going on, give the district a report back of what the completion percentage is, the tidiness of the project, making sure that there's no areas for injury to occur. On the back end, we also go to the job walks when bids are hitting the street. So we educate those contractors on what the SOAP program is. So there's a lot behind the scenes to assist you to move forward with Measure O, and congratulations again for that $40 million that has been issued as of today. So that's kind of a high level about the program, although I will say that one of the biggest benefits to the entire program is that there's a 10 years completed operations coverage for those projects that are enrolled. And we've seen a number of times that a project has a construction defect in year 8, SOAP stands up and covers that claim. Obviously, every claim may be, different. They're not all the same type of claims, but we have an internal claims administration team supporting the district through that tough situation, as construction claims can be quite tough, arduous, but we try and make some clarity for the district and district staff for those construction projects. So that's kind of a high level of the program. It was established in 1999, so we just completed a 25-year anniversary. There's over 550 school districts who are members to SOAP. Not every single one of those districts is utilizing SOAP because they don't have a bond, an active bond. So again, it's a no cost to join. The cost does come when you identify those projects that would be a good fit for the district, utilizing the SOAP program.
Just to be able to share with the board, when I first came to the district, there were a couple of projects that I know the board had concerns about, administration had concerns about, and when I was kind of looking at those, one of the first things I did is I had reached out to Keenan to see if we were a member. That's when I found out that we weren't, and that we need to become a member district in order to be able to actually utilize it. Had we already been a member, and if we had utilized it for some of our projects, we would have been able to go back on some projects that we've ended up paying additional money for that I don't believe we should have ever paid, but either the warranties were already had expired, or the project timelines had elapsed where we would be able to actually be able to fall back on something else, right? So my hope was that there was something else out there protecting us, and we didn't have it. And so that was one of my first conversations with Kyle when I first came on board as a CBO, was to ask some questions about that. And so that as we were moving forward, now that we're at a stage where our bond had passed, I wanted to come back and kind of revisit that and find out what did it take to get into being a member district with this as an option that we may want to consider as we look at certain project construction elements, and whether or not that is a good fit for us. And I don't think it would be a good fit for everything, but for some of the projects that we might do, this might be a very good fit.
Questions?
This sounds like something we're going to want to do. It's good insurance, especially when we've been caught flat-footed without having warranties and such. So we don't pay anything now, but what's the board's involvement once staff recommends that you get involved in a project? Where does the cost for that come out? How does the cost determined ahead of time, or is it determined ahead of time? And what type of approval process does staff have to go through, if any, to get the board approval?
Yeah, so if you were to pass this resolution to join the SOAP JPA, that then goes in front of this SOAP JPA, which actually is meeting August 15th for any new members. So the timeline for that, and that's probably the easiest part of the the process to join the JPA. Now, when you identify a project that you want to enroll into the SOAP program, there's bid documents that we would insert into the bids going out for that project, which talks about SOAP, gives the outline of SOAP, and it kind of replaces the traditional insurance language that are in those bids. So then when that goes out to RFP, the contractors see what you're doing in terms of your insurance delivery method. Again, we would then be at those job walks or those pre-bid meetings to discuss what SOAP is. Fortunately, most contractors in the Bay Area are aware of SOAP and have utilized it, and we don't typically see much pushback from them. Actually, it opens up more of competitiveness because those contractors are not going to be putting in their insurance costs to that bid, because since the district is purchasing on behalf of the project. Now, we're going into a renewal of the SOAP program, which would begin October 1st, 2025, and it's a 2-year program before we renew again after that second year. So we're about to end phase 10 and enter in phase 11 starting October 1st, 2025. I don't have those new renewal rates, but for the phase 10, the project was about 3.11% of the construction value of that project. Now, that does not include builder's risk. That is underwritten in a different way, just because of the hard market that we're seeing with wood frame type of construction projects. But I would say about 3.11%. Don't know what the new renewal rates are. My indication is that it could be flat to a decrease. So those rates will become effective October 1st, 2025. So that's really the process. And at the end of it, as we go through working alongside of you on that administrative piece, when the project is completed and it's closing out, there would be an audit of, was the construction value higher or lower of when you bid it, right? Or when you enroll the project. So there is an application that is filled out for each project. We would work with Travis and his team or the contractor to fill out those applications for that project. And then a proposal would be generated that would be signed by the district. It could come before the board. Some districts have all of those proposals come before the board. Some sign it because they have that authority. So that's kind of the process. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Thomas.
I believe so. So what you're saying, though, is the board doesn't necessarily get involved in approving it?
That's our choice.
That would be up to the board. That's correct, yes.
I mean, what kind of guidance should the board look to make sure that, the districts and the communities, interest is served?
From a transparency standpoint of what the proposals are, I don't want to speak on behalf of Ms. Fakar and the superintendent and the board, but there's a methodology to look at that of, what the actual proposals are for those projects being enrolled into the SOAP program. Again, some districts don't necessarily bring them before the board, but they are in, the bid contract language for the projects that are being approved at the board level.
Any other questions? Member Hill?
Thank you for the presentation. So kind of following up on Member Thomas's question. So what you're saying is, so if we decide that we're going to enroll, and we were to make a decision on that tonight, that would be brought before your board or your body on the 15th, and theoretically we would be in the club. But then after that, essentially we would decide on a project by project basis whether we wanted to have you insure these projects.
That's correct.
Okay, and so my question is, and what I think I heard was that the rate that you would charge, and I'm sure that it would depend on some different variables, but just sort of as a ballpark, it sounds like 3%. So if we had a $100,000 project, we would have to pay you guys $3,000. Is that roughly about right? I mean,
sounds about the right math, yes.
Okay, and then just out of curiosity, how do you compare? Because theoretically, we as a district could go to some other insurance company and say, we want you to provide, umbrella coverage or whatever you want to call it for this particular project. How do your rates compare with the rates that would be offered if we went to some private insurer?
Good question. And we are competitive based upon the scope of coverage that is afforded. So typically in construction projects, sometimes we see $5 million per occurrence, $10 million in the aggregate for general liability. With the SOAP program, it's $125 million per occurrence, $195 million in the aggregate. So it's a much larger amount of insurance that's afforded for those projects. So if that addresses your question there.
So your coverage is greater.
Correct.
And then what about from a rate perspective?
We have found that our rates are competitive. They can be a little bit more than what you see in the traditional market. But the package that is also included that I spoke about was the loss control component to it, the administration side of it. So really that back end support. There is a fee part of that 3% that we would collect to provide those additional services.
Okay. And then just the last question, and is I think you said that one of the benefits is that when a project starts, and if we say that we're going to use you as the insurance company, that you would sit down during the bidding process and you would set expectations that you're going to be you're going to provide insurance coverage. And then it sounded like you're saying that you're setting expectations with the bidders that they should not include insurance coverage in their bids.
Correct.
Is that
That's correct, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Could I have a
thank you.
follow-up question? You mentioned a fee. So, for example, do you charge a fee for attending these meetings? Is that over and above the 3%?
No, it's not. Mm-mm.
Okay.
That fee is inclusive of the JPA administration, the loss control that's all built into the program.
So
it's more
there
of a-
are no other fees beyond the 3%?
No.
Okay.
Great. Member Block?
Just a quick question. So if we were to vote yes on this and to join as a member here, it doesn't commit us to any like minimum number of projects to participate in with y'all. So really, this is just like basically putting us in a situation where we could accept insuring with y'all in the future if we choose to, but it's not committing to any
That's correct.
number of
There's
projects.
no monetary commitment by joining the JPA.
Got it.
The only commitment would be the projects that you enroll into the program. And to date, we just have enrolled over $10 billion in construction value over the 25 years that the SOAP JPA has been established.
Thank you.
Follow up again. So I appreciate the service. So now I lost my train of thought. I apologize. I don't know.
It's okay. And if there's follow-up questions after, this meeting today, please, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, and we would also identify the projects that we would recommend to the board, like when we're bringing a project forward to you that we're moving forward with. We would tell you whether or not we thought this would be a good one for entering into this program. The pros and cons to doing that would be a discussion I know I would want to have with them as well. But I can tell you, like, the one that comes to mind, like when we were doing our football project for the football field, I would have loved to have been in this program for that because I think that would have been like an ideal program to be in there, but we were not a member district at the time. Therefore, we weren't eligible. So that's just like a good example. And again, it could be part of the entire bid process that we go through that actually puts the cost kind of into the burden of, what does that look like? So it's part of what we would be doing. And like I said, it wouldn't be for every project, I don't believe. Some school districts, of course, when they're building, 4 and 5 schools in their school district, that, with their bond monies, they're going to want to put a lot more into it. We've only got a few projects I think that we probably would want to really qualify for this, just based on the scope of projects.
I remember now.
Okay.
So this is not an action item. Do boards typically direct or vote to ask the superintendent to join?
It is an action item because you would be giving us permission to be able to join SOAP and become a member district with the JPA. So you would need to take an action on this tonight. You would not be taking an action on the actual projects, but for us to become a member district and to be able to ask their board to consider us, that JPA board, that would be the action you would be taking this evening.
Okay. Member Block?
Can I make a motion to approve item 10.2? Unless somebody else had something else they want
Nope,
to say
I
first?
was just going to ask for that, so that's great. I will second. And we'll take a vote. Okay, and we have 6 yeses or ayes. Great,
Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I thought
We'll be in touch.
this was a staff report, so I was not thinking of it as a action item, sorry.
Oh, it was kind of a presentation. I wanted to make sure that we really were able to have a good, robust discussion on this.
Yeah. All right, now we are up for the track and field update.
Great. And Travis Ford, can I take you to the second on that last item, please? I saw that Austin made the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was a block motion. Whoa, the screen froze. A block motion and a Jones second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is on? All right, good, perfect. Good evening. Thank you for your guys' time. Give it a couple minutes to get it pulled up and then we'll get started. Yeah, I can plug in. I have it here if you need. Either one? No. I'm gonna assume it's this one. All right, perfect. There we go. All right, so this evening I'm just going to do a quick update on Newark Memorial's high school track and field project. Going back to 2022, Newark Memorial High School asked students, families, and staff to help decide which school improvements were most important. More than 220 people between students, staff, and community joined the meeting and shared their ideas. The top choice from everyone was to replace the track and field with new turf. This showed how much community values sports, school spirits, and student activities. The project officially started in 2024 after some unexpected delays. The bid was advertised in May 2024. We had a great turnout, 10 contractors who attended the pre-bid walk on June 4th, 2024. Bids were opened on June 18th of 2024, and 5 contractors submitted proposals. On June 25th, the board approved the awarded the project to OC Jones for a little over $4.4 million. Potential final punch walk is actually scheduled tomorrow, August 6th, to finalize the completion of this project. I'm sorry, I skipped. Groundbreaking ceremony was scheduled September 20, 2024. I mixed up, I apologize. The following items were the reasons for change order 1, which was approved by the board already. The timeline for completion was tight for OC Jones, who successfully delivered the field in near completion condition for the graduates of 2025. Change order 2 will be presented to the board in the near future, next board meeting, covering the following unforeseen issues. We are anticipating the final change order amount to be about $203,000, a little over $203,000. It'll be finalized and brought to the next board meeting. Following the December 5th, 2022 approved budget of $6,308,499, the project is expected to be to go over a budget approximately by 10.3%, compared to the amount that was approved back in 2022 for $6.3 million. Friday, August 29th is going to be our official date for our ribbon cutting of the field. Now, August 6th, tomorrow will be our punch walk to hopefully complete the finalizing of the project. I apologize. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions from anyone? Never know.
Thank you for the presentation. And congratulations on getting this project done. And I think that overall, you know, people are pleased with it, and for the most part, it came in on time. So the one thing, though, kind of context that you're unaware of is that as a district, at least as long as I've been here, we have not been good at managing projects. And this is coming from somebody who spent 26 years in project management, so I know how project management works. And one of the reasons that we threw out the last vendor, and by the way, we are still living with the disaster of the air conditioning. Say, oh, Miss Bloom, you're here. Yes, this was because we had complete incompetence running that project. And I remember having these vendors come to us, board meeting after board meeting, talking about schedule overruns and cost overruns. And so one of the reasons that we finally threw those guys out is because originally they were going to manage this project because we were tired of it. But one of the commitments that we made, and superintendent can maybe remind me, so we said we're going to bring in better vendors, and I believe that we factored into our initial estimate a contingency, and I don't remember how much that contingency was, but I think it was like 10%, right?
It wasn't that much.
Okay,
I don't think it was 10% originally. I had to go back and go take a look at it. It wasn't, I don't believe it was 10%.
Okay, so I'm not sure, but, and I also understand that there's been some rotating personnel that's been involved in this project?
Sorry, what is he asking?
Contingency on the project.
What was the
Do we know what the
contingency
contingency of the project was originally?
Contingency meaning?
So meaning that, okay, our vendors estimated cost of what it was gonna cost us, and then we put in a fudge factor. We said, okay, we're gonna allocate an additional X percent to anticipate any potential overages.
I think there was a breakdown done at the December 5th meeting. So I think there is, I think that cost breakdown on the original December 5th meeting of 22, I think it's included there, so I could look for it.
No, because we rescoped it, right? So that was under Kramer, RGM
Correct.
Kramer, right? But then we said, okay, you guys don't know what you're doing after a year. And we brought in the new vendor, and the new vendor rescoped it, and we came in with an updated budget and an updated like contingency.
And in our RFP, we had the contingency fee inside the RFP. I just don't remember now what it was.
Yeah, and I don't remember what they are either.
I had to go back and go take a look at it, but I
Right.
want to say our first change order covered the majority of that. So I think it was set lower. I just had to go back. I don't remember what it is.
So was he talking about before O.C. Jones?
So the contingency
right
fee that we
before O.C.
had
Jones.
for O.C. Jones,
Yeah.
there's a dollar figure that's in there. I just don't remember what it is. I don't have that in front of me. I'd have to get back with you.
So it's somewhere, because what you're saying is, you're saying original budget, 6.3 million, projected final cost, 6.9, so it's a delta of $600,000, right? So that's 10%, right? So that's 10% over. And then if we're saying that the first change order got absorbed, that's 237,000. So that's
less than
about 3%, 4%, right? A 3 or 4% contingency. So one of the things that I'm just indicating here is that I understand that we've had rotating personnel, there's a lot of stuff going on, but I just would like to set some expectations that, so as a former project manager, You always want to communicate early and often, right? And so we want to be able to see, okay, if there is a potential issue that's going to impact the schedule, that's going to impact cost, that needs to be brought before the board, right? And so, and then it's an early warning system, right? It's an alert, because then at that point, the board has the capability to say, well, okay, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to say, okay, go ahead, let's spend the money? Or maybe we're going to say, you know what, maybe we're going to cut scope. Maybe we're going to take some things out. There's options, right? So just at a minimum, we need to have communication in advance, because if you don't do that, you get what I'll call the PG&E effect, which is all of a sudden, magically, you find out one month, oh, we forgot to bill you. I don't know if other people had this issue. We had this issue. Oh, we forgot to bill you for gas for the past like 5 months. And oh, by the way, you're contractually obligated. And so, oh, by the way, you get to pay an extra $400 on your PG&E bill, right? So my wife and I just recently got that. So needless to say, that's why PG&E has one of the lowest customer satisfaction rates of any company in the country, right? So what I'm suggesting is that going forward, and I'm not pointing any fingers, I'm saying we had a bunch of stuff that happened in this project, but there's an opportunity to improve. And so I think that what we would like to request for future projects is that we have a very clear, sort of a regular status update. Because one of the things that we were asking, and our former student board member was asking almost every meeting, what's going on with the track and field project, right? So those were perfect times to come in and say, oh, we've got an issue here, oh, we've got an issue here. And in my mind, it's not bad to tell us that there are issues, right?
Yep. Agreed.
It's bad when we find out afterwards that we have a cost overrun, right? So I'm requesting that we adopt that kind of cadence and that kind of approach going forward, so we have tightly run projects. And then my last question is can we take this to the bank? Can we say that this change order number 2 is the final and last charge, or are we going to get another PG&E notice sometime in the near future?
And I think that's why the reason that we didn't bring that change order just yet, because we're finalizing it. The goal is to bring it to the next board meeting as a final closeout of the project.
But we're not anticipating any other work or any other things at this point that
Not
could
at this point.
influence that. Okay.
So there's a couple of things. Let me just point out something with regards to change order number 2. If we can go back to change order number 2 slide.
Yep.
I believe there's a slide for change order number 2. There we go. So there were a couple unforeseeable conditions that we did not know were sitting out there. One had to do with some material near the restroom. And so when the inspector came out, there was some concerns with that, and then we had to make those adjustments. The other one had to do with an ADA issue, which was that step height adjustment. In order for us to pass inspection, I believe we had to sit there and comply with that. So I've actually had a conversation with staff because, again, when I saw that there were overcharges, I had some concern. The one charge I wasn't concerned about that I had communicated with the board was the fact that we would be using overtime to be able to complete our project. I had been very clear about that. The other one that's sitting out there that I believe I've communicated with the board about had to do with a new gate that we were adding that we realized was missing and really we needed to have. And as Travis was looking at the project, he's like, I need to have another gate to be able to get equipment through. We recognized that was important. That's something that was not in the original plan, and that is, I believe, inside one of these change orders that's here.
Correct.
So the other unforeseeable conditions, those 2 things that are kind of sitting out there, those are kind of like anomalies. It actually would have stopped us and delayed us from continuing the project. But I think the most important piece and the key word there was that we need to make sure that we're communicating and that we're providing active reports. And so one of my recommendations, I think we've talked about this before in the past, is that as we move forward with different projects with Measure O, I think we need to have a standing report on our agenda just to say these are some things that have happened, just a straight FYI. It may not even be a discussion, but just to make sure that there's information that's being shared as to what's happening. And I think those can be done either on a quarterly, monthly, like we can figure out like what that should be. If we're active in a project, it might be more often than when we're just still like in the planning stages. But I think those would be important elements to be able to provide that communication. And I know that's my desire. I think that's staff's desire. But this is where we're at right now with the budget. So I wanted to be able to share that information with you. So I do appreciate your feedback and agree with you.
Yeah, and what I would say is that Murphy's Law is always in operation. Sorry, no no disrespect to Mr. Murphy. But things are always going to go wrong, but it's better to hear about it sooner rather than later. So that, because at that point you can make potential adjustments, right? You have options, whereas at some point it gets too late. And then also I would say, let's also be very, very, my suggestion, especially since it's the public's money, but quite frankly, it doesn't matter whose money it is. It's always good to really be precise. And so, and again, I know that you guys inherited some of this stuff, but it really is not a 10% overage, it's a 13% overage because we have a contingency in there that we consumed. And so again, having accurate accounting is really important. Thank you.
Through the board. Mr. DeFreitas, I really appreciate the presentation and the update in regards to the track and field, and congrats. Wanted to ask in regards to the deadline that we have, warranty, after the warranty, or is it that maintenance is going to go ahead and take over? Take, for example, we haven't seen Mother Nature really affect the field yet, right? And tendencies happen when things get flooded or things start happening. Is there a guarantee for O.C. Jones, is it? O.C. Jones Construction to come back and fix any discrepancies that are?
Yeah, so that hence the punch walk tomorrow. We do a final walkthrough to make sure that we're comfortable with everything at its current stage. Any issues going forward that can be put on O.C. Jones would be based on their warranty.
And the warranty, do you mind me asking?
I'd have to double check on that myself. I apologize, I don't have that.
No
The turf does have a warranty element to it that
each
does not
stage of it
necessarily.
has its own warranty, whether it's the turf or the track.
correct.
So it's not like, I can't tell you, the entire field is 5-year warranty. It's all broken down.
Correct. But like mentioned, if Mother Nature, right, happens, they're coming back to fix it.
Yeah.
And the bill is not going to go ahead and rack up.
Correct.
Whereas-
The warranty would cover something that would be, let's say, an unforeseen incident or issue that happens with the turf.
And after warranty is over, obviously, it would be maintenance that would be overlooking
correct
the time there. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and also based on the punch walk too, right? Like what we actually identify early on that we've got some concerns with, we want to make sure those things get addressed, even if we take back ownership of the field so that we can play our games. That's the other piece that's in here. I think the other cost that was in here with the overtime to be able to complete the project, we actually did take back the cost of the field, and so there was actually an insurance piece that had to be bonded, that when we, took that back over in case somebody was injured during the graduation, that we were covering that, and that the construction company wasn't expected to cover that particular piece of it, right? So that's also embedded in some of these charges that are sitting out there, so.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and just touch base a little bit on the maintenance part of it. We did have a training with our staff and some of those O.C. Jones staff on the maintenance of the turf. They were part of the contract was some equipment to brush and upkeep the turf itself. So we all had a training on that and how to move forward.
Thank you so much for the report. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mentioned this would have been a project that if we could have, I probably would have put it underneath the SOAP program. It was one of my first things I started asking questions about besides the HVAC system. Like, was there something else out there? Like, I was trying to explore, like, how do you go into something and not buy a warranty? Like, that, like, absolutely, blew me away that, we didn't have that. And so, in looking at that and looking at what our options were, like, I just kept digging and digging and couldn't come up with any good answers. But moving forward, I think these are the kinds of programs that we want to make sure that we have in place, that we're educating ourselves on, that not only is the board, but so is our staff also educated on, how these can be of a benefit to us. And especially as we start looking at like our pool project in particular. I mean, that's one that's a huge concern with me as we look at the multi-purpose rooms that we're looking at doing something that we know we want to be able to address, and they each have the same kind of issues now, but as we move forward, we want to be able to fix it. We want to make sure that it's addressed in the new round, right? So I think those are some really important elements. And I think if we do a large HVAC project inside this, that would be another one I'd want to go off and include. Or if there's like a major plumbing thing that's happening at one of our schools that requires unusual type of tension and cost, I think we want to make sure that we maximize whatever we can for our community. These are precious dollars. We also know that it's hard to go off and keep up with the maintenance later on should something go terribly wrong. And I will say what I've heard from my colleagues who have used this program, and also my own experience with having used the SOA program, it has paid back. There is a school right now that was built. They are actually looking at possibly having to maybe even replace that entire school because of a problem that has occurred that was unforeseen and actually falls and qualifies under here. And because of the fact that everything was done, they were part of the walks, they were part of everything that went along with it. I think they're getting ready to make a very important decision through that JPA board as to what they're going to do for that school to be able to bring it into the right form of condition, right down to maybe even having to redo a section of the school. So
And is that JPA a statewide JPA?
it is a statewide JPA. But I believe, well, it is a statewide JPA, but I think it's got different sections to it. So like this is like the northern section. So I don't know if they have like a northern and a southern, and then there's like a joint meeting that happens. I'd have to get that answer from you from Kyle. I'm not 100% sure. Great question. We can move on.
We are moving on to 11.2, which is lease of the 25-26 Chromebooks at the high school, cycle 2.
Thank you. This item actually is coming back to you just for some additional clarity. We wanted to make sure that you knew that that this the devices provide. So you actually approved this item.
Yes.
We're actually letting you know that what was used was actually a statewide contract to be able to help us. Actually, that calculation, that piece of information was actually missing inside of here. So this is more of just to be able to bring back to you to make sure that you're aware that for Life Cycle 2, what was happening, that the fact this was on a piggyback bid, and that piece was missing in the communication. Although the bid amounts were in there, the piggyback piece was not, and I wanted to make sure that for the record we had that. So this is before you for action.
Okay. Thank you. And wait, can I, Member Hill?
And could we also have someone come back and present? I mean, because the concept was presented a few months ago, right, and we approved it. But can we have somebody come back and present the plan for execution? Because I just think that this is going to be very complicated, and we want to make sure that it's well thought through and executed properly.
Yep, so I can ask Jenna Lee to come back and provide you with that information.
Thank you. All right, I'll make a, could I have a motion for this, please?
I'll make a motion to approve item 11.2.
Great. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And the vote, please. Okay, there it goes. All right. Motion passes. All right, new business, 12.1, award the RFP for school healthy air, plumbing, and efficiency, or CalScape.
Yes, and I've got Travis here also here this evening that can also help answer questions if I can't answer them all for you. This is a CalShape grant that we've been awarded. We were actually, we went out for be able to have a company come in and actually administer the services for this to be able to take the pressure off our staff. The good news is the grant actually pays for that. There's actually a formula for whatever gets done. The items are very specific, and CalShape's been around for a number of years. It's had different elements. Sometimes it's changing out the light bulbs. Sometimes it's changing out the sensors for like to be able to turn off like when you walk out of a room after so much time. Some of it's been around air filters. Other pieces have been around HVAC. So there's various pieces that we qualify for, and this particular grant right now is in the dollar amount of what's left of this being $992,621, and we are awarding the contract to Vergy, We went through a very rigorous process, and I'll let Travis explain that RFP process to you.
It is now.
Okay, having a problem with the button. Yes.
Sorry.
So we went out for an RFP for this CalShape grant that was approved by the board a little bit of time ago. I believe we went out to 5 vendors. I'm sorry, we went out to 6 vendors, and 4 of them came back with proposals. And we went ahead and 2 of us went through and did a grading system based off of their many different varieties of the proposals. So what we landed on was Vera G, and the hopes is to get this approved so we can get the CalShape going. Just a reminder, this is the grant that I found when I came on board that was scheduled to end in 6 or so days. With that, we would have had to pay unfortunately have to pay that amount back. So we're very grateful to have caught it. We're very grateful to have gotten the RFP out as we did. Get this awarded. It's going to be a tight timeline, but I think we can do a lot of good with this grant. And I'm not going to make any promises, but I think we're going to be able to resolve a lot of the HVAC issues. Oh, she's still here. We're good. All right.
Member Thomas, question?
Great. This is really needed, and I'm sure Rachel Bloom is back there saying yay.
I will take all the credit.
Okay.
I'm going to share my spice with you.
I just want you to correct me if I'm wrong, because, you know, the verbiage says it has been awarded, and then if you dig into it, it was awarded in 2022. That the first payment was $556K, the second one, after completing the first phase, would be $566K. But it states that the work was not completed, and if my hand scratching here is right, it means we have $992K that we can spend out of the $1.13 million, and that so far we only spent $140K. So this is the project you found that we had a grant for, and we haven't been taking advantage of the stuff that would make our HVAC systems work. I'm glad you're on top of this, Travis.
Yes, yes, yes and no. So the first 50% was already given to us, 566,298, 140 roughly. Sorry, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Was already spent, and what happens is once we get to a certain point, then we will receive a second check for another quarter, and then at the completion we will get the third check. But pretty much what would have happened is if we would have missed this, we would have had to pay the full $566,298 back, despite the work that was already completed.
So, yeah, I really think this speaks to the need for us to be on top of contracts. And you know, in spite of all of the complaints we've had over the years with HVAC, I didn't realize we had this grant that could have changed filters and made sure that the HVAC systems were working and that our irrigation systems were not defunct. So I just, it's just
moving forward.
Moving forward. Thank you for being here, Travis.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Member Hill?
Yeah, and along the lines of what Member Thomas is indicating, I think we also need to remind ourselves that grants are complicated. And to be frank, I really am not a big fan of grants. And the reason why is that there's all this overhead that's never accounted for, and there's all this management that doesn't occur. And so what's happening right now is that this grant got launched, it wasn't being managed. You come in, you have to do a diving catch to save it, but then what's not accounted for is what was the time that you had to spend doing that diving catch and now managing that couldn't be used for other purposes, right? And so basically these grants become like the big sucking sound. And so I think that we need to be very, very conscious going in about what we're applying for and what we're doing. And my question related to this is, it says there was work that began, but then it wasn't completed. So what wasn't completed? And then also, how does this intersect with the bond? Because we've carved out a whole bunch of money for HVAC, and so what exactly are we doing with which pots of money?
Do you want to answer that? Or do you want me to jump into it a little bit? And
You can jump into it, and I'll tag on with you on this.
So the roughly $140,000, we are still looking into to see exactly what the work was that was completed. It's still a little bit unclear on what was done. What we decided was it made sense to still go through with the grant because both ways, if we come out of this and the $140,000 needs to be paid to complete this CalShape grant, it would have had to been paid whether we decided not to go through with this CalShape grant when we return the funds. I think we were able to, when we put the RFP out and we kind of looked into the CO2 sensors that needed to be updated, we worked it a way that we can change the entire thermostat, which is our biggest issue with the systems currently. And that is actually the money that we allocated for first phase of the HVAC. So the hope is $140,000, if that's something that needs to be paid back, that will come out of that first phase bond. If not, if we can figure out what was done already, we won't have to pay that $140,000 back. And in my opinion, correct me if I'm wrong, then we can remove the HVAC repairs from the bond.
Let me just say a little bit more too about this. So I am actually a big fan of the CalShape grant, and I think we have not maximized out what we should have been using and applying for this particular grant for our district. We're actually a district that is actually set up to be able to really help. And we probably lost out on about $4 million because nobody was actually managing this. And the grant actually calls out and tells you to find a manager to oversee it. They don't want small districts overseeing this work because they know it's burdensome. And so really they already factor in a formula that has to be used, and there's actually a cost that's associated with whatever the equipment is that gets done. There's a max that you can do. There's also very specific equipment that you have to actually purchase to go along with it. And the CalShape grant is really meant to be able to help districts like ours be able to sit there and have some sustainability and not carve it out of your regular budget because they recognize there's not enough that goes into your regular budget to be able to fix these kinds of things. To me, we lost out on probably close to $5 million because they weren't doing their things timely and because they didn't have someone overseeing it. This should have been the first thing that was done. The moment we went into even going after the grant, we should have gone out for an RFP for services so that as soon as the grant was received, we were able to hit the ground running. That is, you're spending down your money, then you're able to apply for additional grants that open up for CalShape to be able to provide the services to make sure that our classrooms are more environmentally friendly and working into optimal conditions. And that didn't happen either. So to me, this is a grant I have seen over time with numerous districts run very, very well. Unfortunately, it was not managed well here starting back in 2022. And because of it, we lost out on a lot of funding because A, it wasn't managed, and B, there's no accountability as to what was being done because you didn't have the right people providing the report systems. So when Travis got in and realized that there was a report that was due and had to sit there and, we had to pivot on what needed to be done, he did that very thing. I got to say, I'm grateful that he actually saw that. It happened right at the, what was that, in January? Is that when that happened?
Yeah, I think it was my first couple weeks, yes.
Yeah, it was really right after he first got here. I knew there was something out there with CalShape. I knew something was due. Didn't know what we had done. Surprised you that we had spent $140,000. And believe me, we're going to dig in to find out exactly where that money went to. We're going to do a backwards trace on it. But the good news is that you're awarding something to a pretty reputable company that's worked with a lot of school districts. And actually, this company will actually help you write for your future grants that you need to have. And will actually do all the reporting and maintenance. It actually takes the leverage off of what he needs to do, but instead he's just the oversight and is working in partnership with the group that's going to be coming in to oversee not only the installation, but also the grant reporting that goes along with this.
Great. Any other questions? Yeah.
So the original grant was $1.132 million. Okay, and then we received $566,000, so they cut us a check for this amount?
Yes.
Okay, And then you're saying that we spent 140,000.
So 139,975.
Okay, and so that other money so 566 minus this, where's that money sitting right now?
That money is sitting in an account earmarked for this particular grant. We have to monitor it and follow it.
Okay, so it's not in the general fund, it's in a specific,
Yep, I have confirmed that with business.
okay. And then, because we've now reapplied for this grant, or I don't know, what do we do? What do we
Not
do?
reapply. No,
No,
we
we're still in the
extended
first-
the due date onto it.
Okay, so, because you're saying that we had to pay stuff back.
No, we didn't have to pay stuff back because we were able to move on this and get an RFP and stuff pushed through, so.
Okay, so the next step was they were requiring an RFP. Is that right?
I'm sorry,
For a
say that one
vendor to pursue the grant. So the
Okay,
grant
and
was
if-
awarded to us. If we would have missed the date, we would have had to pay it back.
So
Nothing
if we
could pay
didn't
back.
get the RFP, so that they had conditions, and one of the conditions, we had to get an RFP for the work. So
You didn't have to get an RFP. You could have staff do it, but why do that when the grant actually pays for somebody else to oversee the management of it?
The due date was for it to be completed, the entire grant to be fulfilled. So
Okay.
that has been now extended out.
Okay, so
and
we got an
following that, we did
extension.
an RFP.
So we got an
Correct.
extension.
Correct. yeah.
Okay,
And we were not eligible to apply for other funds that were sitting out there because we did not complete our work in a certain time period. So
Okay.
again, we want to make sure that we're staying on task, we're completing our projects in the right timeline so that then we can apply for additional monies to help do some offset.
Yeah, so typically this is a phase one. In the past, it's, once you complete the phase one, you can apply for phase two, which is the plumbing grant, which they no longer offer. And because we didn't fulfill this one, we wouldn't have been able to apply for it anyways.
so we've submitted for an additional, or the balance of the 566 or whatever. I'm sorry, no. So we extended so we submitted something to them.
We submitted something just to extend the due date. That's it.
Okay, so now we are, we've got a proposal in place for Verigy. And what specifically is the scope of work for Verigy?
It is to go through this grant and fulfill all the requirements that was initially, when this grant gets started, they have somebody come through and audit the schools, and they come up with a specific scope of work. That's how they come up with the funds. So Verigy will come in, they will get their contractors, and they will fulfill the grant, and then they will do all the uploading onto the portal to make sure that it's recorded properly.
And how much are we paying Verigy?
Everything is within this grant amount.
So we're paying them $500,000 for
No.
project management?
No, it's a formula. So like if your equipment, I'll give you an example. If your filter costs $5 per filter and you buy 500 filters, right, then there's also then a piece that goes along for the installation costs that has to be factored in. The grant won't reimburse more for that installation cost. And then there's an oversight piece that comes with it. All of that comes out of this. It's all done through a formula that's been preset under Assembly Bill 841 for CalShape.
Right,
And
so that's what I'm driving at, right? Because that's the part that I'm not clear about, so what you're saying is they're gonna basically be the prime, right? Is that what you're saying? They're gonna be the prime?
Correct.
Right? And so, but they're gonna be the prime of what, right? So what specifically are they gonna do? Right, what are they gonna implement? What are they gonna fix? What are they gonna, right, what's in their scope of work?
So is my understanding that it has to do with the ventilation for the HVAC on this
Yeah,
particular
so
piece of
we have a breakdown of the initial consultation that was done on the site, and it has the breakdown of all the work that needs to be done. HVAC filters is one of them. We get a full filter change site-wide. A lot of it is thermostats and CO2 replacement and testing of the units.
Okay, and do we think that work by itself is gonna solve our HVAC problems so that we don't get more spice boxes in the next meeting?
That's the hope. A lot of this is, I have to dig a little bit deeper into what rooms and what the percentage of thermostats is covered on this grant. Not every single thermostat is covered on the grant. It pretty much specifies any thermostat that doesn't have a CO2 sensor needs to be replaced. So instead of replacing it with the thermostats brand that we have that doesn't work for our
Right.
units, what we did was change the recommended thermostat to something that works better with our units, which is what our trial that we've done in the past. The only little part of that is this grant only covers classrooms. So to answer your question on resolving the issues, it's going to resolve the issues for the classrooms. It's not going to resolve the thermostats we still need to replace in the offices or staff rooms, stuff like that. So I want to say yes and no. Classrooms will be covered.
Okay, so what I think would be really helpful here, because there's a lot of stuff flying around and it's kind of confusing. And I think at the end of the day, Ms. Bloom, all she cares about, and I think everybody in the district, all they care about is my air conditioning working? And so what I would like to, so I'm willing to approve this evening, but again, I don't like this idea of just running around grants. I want to see, here's the problem. Let's clearly identify what the problem is. Here's what we believe the solution is. Here's how much it's going to cost, and here's the plan. And here's who's going to do it. And then here's the funding, right? And some of it maybe comes from this grant, some of it comes from the bond, but we need to see a holistic solution.
Board Member Hill, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think we're talking about the same thing here. So I agree. I think we have a bigger HVAC problem that this grant does not solve. This grant works on maintenance type issues that need to be upgraded to be able to perform working conditions to more optimal conditions, right? So if you were already having a working system that was working well, this provides some of the support systems to be able to maintain that good working system. We don't have good working systems to President Bloom's concerns and the concerns of her members and our teachers and our staff and our students who have been very uncomfortable in their classrooms because we have got broken systems that were not engineered correctly. That is not what this grant fixes. It does not fix the wrong engineering. It does not fix that. I want to be real clear. It may fix some components of the system that we can replace with it, but it does not fix the actual problem. That is a different problem that, quite frankly, I believe that our bond is going to assist us better with to be able to really fix the real problems which needs to be addressed. And I think they're two different issues, and I don't want to commingle these, and I don't want people to think that CalShape is what's going to come in and fix the systems in the classroom.
Right.
That's not what this does. This actually replaces elements, if it was working well, working optimally, to be able to be more efficient in the way how it does it. And I'll give you a good example. You'll probably remember this. When COVID came in, a lot of school districts, and I believe this school district did it too, they put in the wrong kind of, is it called a MERV filter? Am I saying that right?
Yep.
So we put in the wrong kind of MERV filter and actually clogged up systems. You may recall hearing a lot about this, right? Because everybody thought if you got the better filter, but some systems wouldn't work with the better filter. They weren't made to do that. That actually created other kinds of problems and actually didn't keep the airflow going the way how they needed it to go. And it happened with school districts all over California because everybody feared that unless you bought the very best filter that had the most capacity to be able to take all those little particles, right, and try to save it, but not all systems worked with it, right? So again, I think we need to make sure that, one, we have a problem with our HVAC systems that we've got to address. That is a piece the bond needs to do because the pieces that we bought before don't work right. We've got some systems that we're working with to be able to try to correct some of those things in the meantime, but I think it's going to need a bigger overhaul, and that really is what the bond was meant for. And this particular piece of the grant, though, is really to be able to replace some other kinds of small pieces within the HVAC systems that allow them to work better and more efficiently.
Yeah, so I understand, Superintendent, but I think, again, with the board, I think we'd like to see the whole picture, right? And I'm especially concerned if we're like working on stuff that like, we're trying to fix things on an already broken system, right? So that concerns me. I remember a long time ago, like when my cat died, and then I got a bill afterwards for dental cleaning for my dead cat. And so like, are we cleaning the teeth of a dead HVAC system? Right, and so, I think we need a plan.
So my question, that kind of bounces off of that is, if we are replacing thermostats, will these thermostats work with a new system, potentially with a new system that we bring in, so that we're not replacing them now with this, and then again, replacing them when we have to fix the unit? Like, is the potential for more of a universal thermostat? I mean, I think that, I don't care for an answer right now. It's really a kind of a rhetorical question. It's, are we thinking in that way?
Yes, I will gladly answer that, yes, and that's kind of what I mentioned about changing the specified thermostat that was spec'd out originally.
Great, thank you.
And, never mind.
Okay, any other questions? Member Block.
I just want to say thank you for saving this and for all the work that you've put into making this happen. I think we should definitely approve it, and I think we've had enough discussion on it, so I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready to keep
Great,
going.
I'll take your motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great, thank you I got you. Member Thomas seconds. Member Block makes the motion. We're going to vote. Everyone, please put your vote in.
Oops.
Yes.
Oh, I pushed it and it didn't.
Okay, so I'm
register.
asking, is it a yes?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so 6 yeses, thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you for your time, Travis, and answering the questions. Really do appreciate that. All right, 12.2.
Yep, I'm gonna call Travis right on back up here again.
Poor guy. You just needed to get a few more steps in tonight. That was
I knew
it, right?
He wanted to talk about forensic analytical consulting services in the amount of $54,333. You want to explain what this is all about?
Yes, this is our HERA testing that is due to be retested every 2 years. We are currently way out of compliance. We did an RFP for this one as well. Exact same RFP process, and we are bringing it through, I believe the term is FACS, F-A-C-S, a HERA reinspection proposal.
Okay, any questions on this? All right, let's make a motion. Could I get a motion to?
I move approval.
All right. Second? I'll make a second. And we'll take a vote. Looks like we're all there. Great. 6.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis, I bid you good night. I know you have to be up early tomorrow morning. You've had a long day. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you both for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, 12.3, the adoption of need for fully qualified teachers. I believe that is you. Oh, sorry. Assistant Soup Williams.
Yes.
Fire
Thank you.
away.
Thank you. So the Declaration of Need, also referred to as the DAWN, is the annual document required by a district agency as a prerequisite to the issuance of emergency permit and or limited assignment permit for that agency. The DAWN established by California Code of Regulations 80026. Essentially, we will or have in past and will be hiring staff that are on provisional internship permits, short-term staff permits. We also will be bringing local assignment options. And essentially, this is our requirement to have the board approve so that we can issue these types of permits so that they can teach and support our students. Many times they have the appropriate degree, even advanced degrees, but they currently don't hold the teaching credential itself. So as they pursue that teaching credential, we're able to authorize these types of emergency. The CTC requires us to present the Declaration of Need to the board for your approval. Within the Declaration of Need, it outlines some conservative recommendations on which emergencies that we will need for which credentialing areas. Once the board approves this item, we submit it to the county office, which supports us in communicating with the CTC so that we can move forward with emergencies. Typically, this is presented to the board in April, leading into before we go to summer, because we're planning for the future year. So you will be seeing this in April of 2026, not August of 2026, so that we can plan accordingly. So Tonight, I ask you to approve the declaration of need so we can pursue formally offering the short-term staff permits and ultimately bringing them to you in the future.
Great. Thank you. Any questions?
Can
All
I
right.
add can
Go
I add a
ahead.
piece to that too?
Sure.
So I think, this is, where it's always good to have over communication on credentialing type issues. I would anticipate that with all the changes that we've had in the past year, we may have some misassignments that are out there that you're going to hear about later on. So I would fully expect that to happen because we didn't have a good tracking document that we were using. And we weren't doing the cross-reference checks with the county. And in some cases, the county recognized that there were some people that did not receive the appropriate credentials that they should have received early on. That came to us late in the year. The people were already in assignments. That we've done some things to be able to help to do some triage and support systems. But there may be some misassignments that come forward that we'll be sharing with the board if that happens to the Williams portion.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. Any questions? All right, may I ask for a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve agenda item 12.3, adoption of declaration of need.
All right, and a second?
I second.
Member Hill, thank you very much. And please take a vote. Oh yeah, I got to hit that too. All right, 6 yeses when it does finally pop up. Hello. There we go. I'm waiting for it to hit the screen. I'm not sure it's going to hit the screen. There are 6 yeses. There it is. Thank you. All right. We are down to, we've already done the personnel report, so we're at the consent agenda for non-personnel items. We have one public speaker. Look, I didn't forget. On 14.5, so Ms. Parks, would you like to speak on 14.5 warrant reports?
Y'all need this one, yeah.
Okay.
Good evening once again. I will now continue with my concerns about the funding and management of the after-school program, specifically regarding the accuracy of the financial reporting and the account code use. On tonight's warrant report, pages 6 and 7 of 26, which I have merged onto one page and provided to you, shows a payment to Think Together for $491,801.40. This payment is broken down into 12 invoice amounts. Of those 12, only 4 are coded for the ELOP program, which is in orange. 2 are coded to ACES in yellow, but the remaining 6, totaling over $452,000, are charged to the LCFF Supplemental and Concentration Funding account. This is alarming. Besides the resource code for the LCFF Supplemental and Concentration, the account string includes a function code for professional services and an option code tied to the LCAP goal number 2, activity number 5, mental health and other support for families. It is clearly a coding error. These services belong under the ELOP grant resource code, not LCFF supplemental and concentration funds. To be clear, this is a $452,000 miscode. This error caused me to research all 2024-25 Think Together transactions. In the August of 2024 warrant report, another Think Together payment was coded to the ELOP money, but it contained an option code for ACES. While it is not as large of a miscoding error, it further shows a pattern of mistakes that raises questions about this program, how it's being financially managed. The warrant report can be an incredibly useful tool. It gives visibility into where the money is going, who authorized the transaction, and which fund it's drawn from, among other things. But when account code strands are misused, they distort the financial picture and risk inappropriate funds, inappropriation funding. That's why I'm respectfully asking for the board to authorize a targeted audit of both after-school programs. That audit should cover both revenue and expenditures for at least the last 2 years and be presented in a public study session. We all deserve to understand how this program is being funded and whether those funds are being used appropriately. If a $452,000 coding error made it through, what else has been missed? And this needs to be corrected before your unaudited actuals come out next month so that you have proper recommendations for what's left in your accounts, or you have your ending fund balances correct. I don't know if you have any questions about the document I handed out. I think I tried to make it as clear as I could to, because this is on the agenda, so you could ask questions.
Thanks.
I don't know if you have any, if you have any, everything's good. Okay, you understand? Okay, thanks.
All right. So as we look at the consent agenda for non-personnel items, would anyone like to pull an item? Member Block.
I'd like to pull 14.3.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled? Member Hill?
And I want to pull 14.5.
Okay, thank you. Any other items? Okay, so let's start with 14.3. Member Block, go ahead.
Thank you. So just had a quick question. So I saw that on 14.3, it mentions a contract between NUSD and Subject that specifically pertains to a pilot at Bridgepoint. And I've just gotten some questions from people at Memorial to ensure that we are also approving some licenses for Subject for the high school as well, which is, I believe, what we had agreed at the previous meeting, that we'd reserve some licenses for rising seniors.
No.
who are-
I went back and listened to that meeting, and it was only a recommendation for Bridgepoint. I do think the number of licenses here will cover, we do have 29 seniors who need 1 or 2 courses to make sure that they graduate, and it would be recommended that we give them the opportunity to use Subject as well.
Okay, so if that's the case, I think I misunderstood what we had agreed to the previous meeting, because I think it's very important that at least those 29 licenses are available at the high school, because it's not fair to put, rising seniors in a position where they're unable to catch up credit-wise in time for graduation, and to sort of change the rules up on them last minute. So when we vote on this, I'd like to just make that extra clear and amend this a little bit to indicate that the licenses purchased with Subjects may also be used at the high school, with the understanding that they're going to be used in more limited cases, that we really want to focus on the students who are rising seniors who really need those courses for graduation, and that we're going to encourage kids in younger grades to do summer school and to make up courses in person. But I just wanted to make sure that going into the school year, we can provide clarity to our counselors and our rising seniors at Memorial to make sure that they have avenues available to them for credit recovery, so they can graduate with their peers. So I would just advocate for, when we vote on this one today, to clarify that these licenses could also be used for students who need credit recovery in order to be able to graduate this year.
So we had a discussion about this, and I want to thank Karen for going back and listening, because my recollection was this was only for Bridgepoint that we were actually doing Subject for. As a matter of fact, you did not approve doing anything with the other program that we had for credit recovery. What we said we were going to do is we were going to bring back a list of our seniors and our juniors who were significantly in need of certain courses. We were going to take a look at whether or not they would be able to do that either through a makeup program actually offered at the high school or during summer school. And so that was a piece I think that we also had a conversation about during that particular meeting. And we would need to bring back that, although we may know the number of seniors that need to have a course, I need to figure out though whether or not they're so significant. As they are significant, they probably need to go back to Bridgepoint and go get the services at Bridgepoint, which I believe is what we discussed. And this is one of the reasons why, we talked about having the high school start to kind of oversee a little bit about to make sure that there's good communication, to make sure that if students need something, they're able to go get it over at Bridgepoint where they get those additional services, which is the purpose of Bridgepoint, right? Is to be able to help our students be successful. And so I don't think that's what the discussion was. Not that I'm stopping your amendment or for the board to have a discussion on amendment, but that was not my understanding that evening, that this was really only meant, subject was meant for a pilot program at Bridgepoint, and then for us to come back with the board exactly what credits look like, because at the time that we had the discussion, I don't think we knew exactly how the school year ended for our juniors at that time who were just becoming seniors, and then for our sophomores that were becoming juniors as to what the actual credit deficiency was, and to actually have a plan in place for students that have credit deficiency.
Okay. I'm bringing this up because I had spoken to one of the counselors at Memorial who had expressed uncertainty about what the plan was, and they want to be able to communicate with students like ASAP at the start of the
That's
school
what they
year
want to be able
about,
to talk about, yes.
what exactly their options are. And personally, I think that, for students that are just a couple of courses off the graduation path, sending them all the way to Bridgepoint to catch up on a course or two when something like this could be used in the meantime, I think it's an appropriate use of subject at the Memorial site in order to, give them the opportunity to graduate with their peers at Newark Memorial. I understand that we're trying to create a shift in our culture regarding credit recovery, and I support that general idea, but I think when we make changes too quickly, we risk leaving students behind. And so I think we need to be really careful about that and make sure that we're doing it more gradually rather than kind of doing a rapid change on our rising seniors. So I would just advocate that we pass this, but with an amendment clarifying that some licenses are also available to Memorial students, particularly those rising seniors who need a couple of courses to get back on track for graduation.
I'm going to ask, would you like to comment, Ms. Ellig?
No, when I went and re-listened to the board meeting, this was the original. I didn't receive data from the high school until earlier this week that it is 29 rising seniors who just need 1 or 2 courses.
Okay. Member Hill?
Yeah, so I respect my colleague, Mr. Block, greatly, but I do not agree with the recommendation to be offering credit recovery at the high school in this fashion, right, using online credit recovery. And I think the important thing to understand is that, you cannot gild the lily here. We have been having academic fraud perpetrated at our high school through the use of these online credit recovery programs. And there were initial accusations that this was occurring, and superintendent and Ms. Allard and others actually went in and verified that it was going on. And I don't think that we even know the half of it, quite frankly. And I think that one of the reasons that the board took such a drastic action is to say this needs to stop. And one of the reasons why we said, quite frankly, I'm not a big fan of credit of these online programs just in general, because I do not believe that people learn things by sitting and watching videos passively, right? I do not think that that's learning. I'm not even a supporter of subject, but we said we'll give it a shot. We'll do a pilot, but we're going to do it at Bridgepoint. But the thing that I think that we need to consider is that there was a time when we didn't have computers, when we didn't have these online courses, but kids were having problems passing their courses. And there were alternative approaches, for example, summer school, right? Other things. And I think that we need to explore that. But what I'm concerned about, what I'm most concerned about, is that there has been concern for many years that our high school has become a diploma mill, right? And if you look at the graduation rates compared with the college and career readiness scores, they do not match, right? And so we need to stop that. And I think that this is our effort to basically put our foot down and say we need to take a different approach. So although I agree that we need to figure out a way to support these kids, but I don't think that these online credit recovery programs are the way to do it.
I hear you on that, and I think in the long run, that's the way we want to go. But to go from offering credit recovery pretty comprehensively at the high school to not offering it all over the course of one summer is a very drastic change, and drastic changes sometimes lead to drastic side effects that we can't fully anticipate, and that, may end up, sweeping up some seniors in a really challenging situation that, that would have been difficult for them to anticipate 2 months ago. So certainly, I'm not a fan of online credit recovery either. I don't think it's the optimal solution. Certainly in-person classes are more effective instruction. That's why I'm a teacher, because I believe in the importance and the effectiveness of in-person instruction. But I think we need to proceed with caution and not make too many changes too quickly, particularly for kids that are already 3/4 of the way through their high school career. And that's already done, and nothing can be changed about what's already occurred. Summer school has come and gone. And so there's very limited opportunities, particularly for the class of 2026 at this moment, right? And I think it's not fair to them to make a change last minute that provides them with very little options, that potentially sends them to Bridgepoint very last minute. We're starting school this week. They may or may not know that they would have to switch to Bridgepoint. And I don't think it's fair to those 29 seniors who are only a course or two away. Certainly, if we want to proceed in that direction for next year and we signal it, we provide notice over the course of the year. This is the last year we're going to provide online credit recovery at the high school. Next year, it's not coming back. But I think we need to have a longer runway so that we're clear in advance. We're providing plenty of advance notice. There's clear communication to families and kids, to our counselors, rather than leaving it to the last minute before making a decision that has real impact on students' abilities to graduate with their peers in 2026. So certainly I'm not an advocate for online credit recovery. I know it's not the optimal form of instruction, but I am wary of making dramatic changes too quickly for fear of side effects.
So I guess my comment would be, or question would be, are these students who are in need of these units, are they enrolled in 7 classes? Are they doing a period so that they have, and trying to, fulfill the need, or fulfill the need for those units? Are they maxed out or not maxed out, or is this something that they can't, there's no way for them to add like a class during the year to make up for it?
I haven't had a chance to analyze like the credits that our juniors are behind, but for the seniors, if they're only missing 1 or 2 classes right now, they would probably be able to make that up by using an online program. I don't know though I would have to go back and take a look at the juniors just to see like how far they are. Like my biggest concern is like our freshmen and sophomores fall far behind, right? And so really starting in their junior and senior year, they have to really try to make up their credit recovery to come along with that, right? Because there's just no time really in their beginning years. Their schedules are pretty impacted. Most students don't take an 8-period day. That doesn't usually happen at our campus. Some might take an additional period for either a 0 period or maybe an after-school type class. But the majority of our students stay really pretty much so within
the 6
the 6 periods that are there for the most part. So we have very few classes that are actually offered outside of that time period. And you'd have to have the right classes that the student needs in those off scheduled times, right? So you'd have to kind of go back and take a look at that. I don't think I have all the full data analysis on this because we're just now getting the information on how many credits students are behind. But I do think that we need to come back to you with a full report to be able to share that with you. That's what we had agreed to do before, and I would like to bring Principal Murphy back to be able to have that discussion with you and then talk about what are the strategies, what are we doing for kids that are 1 or 2 short, what are we doing for kids that are 5 or more courses, that they need to be able to make up in their senior year. Those are the ones that we need to really think about. What do we do with them? How do we help them, support them? How do we get them over the finish line to be successful for their future, right? So I think those conversations all need to take place. And we do have a place where we can send kids to. We just don't want to send kids that only need 1 or 2 credits, though, quite frankly. We want to come up with a good program that's well monitored and that has the fidelity, I think, involved with it, which is what I think I hear all of you talk about. And I know that I'm also concerned about making sure that fidelity is actually in place.
Mm-hmm. Member Thomas.
I have to agree with Member Hill. I think this isn't anything that came up at the 11th hour. We have been concerned, extremely concerned for years with the APEX program. So it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. And if students are 1 or 2 courses behind, we have summer school and an August or July graduation that can make up those courses. For those that are 1 or 2 courses behind, they can make it up in the summer. I think we have to cut the umbilical cord on Apex.
So the problem is that it's not clear though, right? If I just spoke to somebody who's a counselor at the high school and they weren't clear on what the plan was, like it hasn't been made fully clear for whatever reason. I'm not sure, why, but it's not currently clear at the high school that that's the policy. And so it will feel last minute, even if we've had concerns about Apex building over time, right? It doesn't seem like it has been made fully clear at the high school that credit recovery online will not be available this upcoming school year, right? That is not something that everybody's aware of. And so for a senior who's about to start school 2 days from now, to be told you're not going to be able to graduate in June with your peers, you're going to have to go and graduate in July later on, I mean, that's a real blow to start one senior year, right? Going into the following school year, if we want to make some changes and we want to communicate consistently and clearly on that all year, that's fine. But I think for a senior to come back on Thursday and to quickly be told by their counselor that you're not going to cross the stage in June, like what does that do to them to start the school year? I don't feel like that's right. I think it would also be really helpful to hear from Board Member Torres on this because as a rising senior yourself, perhaps you've spoken to peers or have a sense of how students understand the situation on campus. If you'd like to weigh in, I'd be curious to hear your perspective as well.
Well, I have to agree with you on that. I think that it'd kind of be really unexpected for a lot of, especially the class of 2026, to like immediately, well, as you said, 2 days before our school starts, to say you're not going to graduate with the rest of your peers. I think it'd be a good idea to have it warn them at least like how you guys had mentioned a year possibly before, or let it be known that like these changes are going to happen. But as a class, like as a student, letting like not graduating with your peers is like a really big thing, but so I think that also would affect them throughout this school year as well. So I like the idea of letting them know in advance, like a year prior, that these changes are going to be made. But to have it a change for this year, class of 2026, that's like, I don't like that.
It feels like potentially for the students that have 1, maybe 2 classes that they have to make up, that's a little bit different than somebody who needs to make up 5 or 6. And, maybe we do, I'm totally hearing both sides of this and trying to, see if we can come up with some kind of a compromise where we say if you have 1 or 2 classes, then perhaps it would be possible to make I see you, to make it up at Memorial. But if it's more than that, you're going to have to go to Bridgepoint. There's just no way around it. And the other side of that would be if a student only has 1 or 2 classes, could they go to Bridgepoint for a semester and then come back after they've made up the units, so that they are able to graduate with their peers? They're just on the Bridgepoint campus for 6 months and then back, or half the year, first semester, and second semester they're back at Memorial. Maybe there's some ways that we can creatively think about this for the students that have 1 or 2 classes. More than that, I don't see a way around either heading to Bridgepoint and graduating from Bridgepoint, or having to take summer school and not graduating with your peers.
It's just 29 seniors that we're talking about.
Right.
1 or 2 classes who already went to summer school, made up those units, so they may have been more, and now they're just at 1 or 2.
They're just at 1 or 2.
Is there anybody that's over 2 classes?
I believe so.
So like, I'd want to be able to go back and talk about.
I'm sorry.
I just would want to go back and take a look at how many students are over 2 classes, like they need 3 or more. I'd want to know what that is, and also think about what is a plan for them as well, moving forward, so that everybody's really clear.
So.
Go ahead, and then Member Adriano.
So what I would like to offer as a compromise position is, because see, I think that there's real concerns that the credit recovery program has truly been abused. And we've had situations where kids are failing a class for 3/4 of the entire academic year, or sometimes 11, or 9/10 of a year, and then all of a sudden, the counselors are making a unilateral decision, which they are not entitled to do, to pull kids out of a class that they're enrolled in, re-enroll them in an APEX or an online credit recovery course, and then magically these kids are passing in weeks or days sometimes an entire year's worth of content that they were failing before. So something is rotten there, and quite frankly, I don't have confidence that that the high school has a system in place to prevent that from happening again. And I don't think that it's the counselor's responsibility to actually make these decisions. What they should be doing is they should be monitoring kids' progress all the way through. And if there's issues, they should be providing an early warning system to say, hey, Danger Will Robinson, this isn't working, not coming in 3 weeks before graduation and saying, how can we get these kids to graduate? And so my proposal for a compromise is if we have kids that are behind, if we have 29 kids that are behind, and we know that now at the beginning of the year, we enroll them in this program, so we provide an off-ramp, but it's not administered at the high school. It's administered at Bridgepoint where we can have fidelity in the program. And it's administered for the entire year, which is the way it should be, rather than 2 weeks before graduation is about to happen. So I'd be willing to vote on that compromise, but I'm not willing to have it continue to be administered at the high school.
I don't understand how that's a compromise, because that would be what's already.
No, so what I think what we're saying is that they would still be taking their normal classes at the high school, but then after school, just the way that they do it at, they used to do it at the high school, instead of going and taking that online course in the high school, they'd go jet over to Bridgepoint, and that's where they would take this online course.
Is it possible to do that at a Saturday school? Because, it might be kind of tough to get from the high school to Bridgepoint if they don't have transportation in a timely manner, but could it be something that we set up a Saturday school on the Bridgepoint campus that's monitored not by the counselors at the high school, since that seems to be the issue?
Through the board, I just wanted to make I do hear both sides from all the trustees, but I do see that last minute, that consistency is going to go ahead and the motivation that the students currently have entering the senior year is going to go ahead and really just be devastating. So 29 students, if we have 1 or 2 courses that we could go ahead and have be monitored or administered by someone else other than the counselors being pulled out, for us to make some type of justification and change, we should attempt that. Because yes, notification wasn't really given to the high school students nor the counselors, and there was really not too much clarity. So we want to make sure going forward that we're talking the same vocabulary and that everyone understands across the board. Pulling the plug right now, it's going to go ahead and yes, Bridgepoint, we did say about the piloting piece for us to go ahead and look into, but we did not have the data of how many students were being affected by this. So at this point in time, I think that next year should be a start off year from the bottom and really set everything out to dry, let them know what it is that the expectations are, and just proceed from there.
Go ahead.
So just looking at the number of licenses that are in this quote, it looks like it's 50 that we're paying for with 15 that are complimentary additional. So if we were to plan for Bridgepoint plus those 29 seniors, would that be a sufficient number, or would we need to increase the number?
You need to increase it.
We need to increase it?
I think so.
So we'd need to go from, instead of 65 licenses to
75?
Well, if we're adding 29, so is it?
I don't know yet what we need over
I don't know
at
the
Bridgepoint.
accurate. I don't know the accurate enrollment at Bridgepoint yet. I
don't
want to
either.
say it's like 25, 26 starting off, and so I gave extra licenses just as we might have people going over at the beginning of the semester. It would be very close.
So we'd probably want to up it by a small amount just to ensure that we have sufficient for everybody. Okay.
Okay, so Member Hill, fire away. Okay, I do
I'll
want to
make
be
it quick.
conscious of the fact that it is 10 o'clock. If we are not going to end by 10:30, we need to extend the meeting to 11 at this point, because that's the latest we can extend. And then we will need to really zip through our dialogues if there's anything else. I mean, I know we've got one more that we're going to dialogue on, and we'll just need to be really conscious of that. So I would like to extend the meeting to 10:30 or 10:45, guys. It's 10:05 right now. I'm feeling maybe 10:45 is what we need to do. Okay, sorry, I know you guys have had like a 15, 16-hour day. So if we extend it, our goal is to be done at 10:30, and our conversation has to be, we cannot keep repeating ourselves. We need to be really specific on what it is that we're saying, stay to the point, and not drag it on.
I have a solution that can accomplish all of that
Okay.
in less than 1 minute.
All right.
Given that we have disagreements and there's been different points of view, what I would like to recommend is that we pull this item. We do not vote on it right now, and that we have staff come back with a proposal that tries to address the different concerns on the board. And I don't think that this is such an emergency thing that it can't wait until the 19th. So is everybody agreeable to that?
I guess the question is, can we wait till the 19th? Will that work?
I think you need a tool for Bridgepoint, because I think this is the tool that helps Bridgepoint do their work. So staff's gonna have to be trained on the new format. Like, I feel like we're gonna be losing some time, and I don't wanna lose like a month worth of time for us to come back on the 19th for Bridgepoint. As far as the high school goes, I think we need to come back, and I think we need to provide you with a plan with our recommendation based on talking with amongst ourselves and also with the high school for a good solid plan that comes back. And I really do appreciate that opportunity to be able to bring that back to the high school. It was not for the intention tonight for us to do that or to get into this conversation. We are not prepared for that at this point.
Okay.
I can go along with approving it for Bridgepoint, coming back to discuss whether we're going to do anything at all with the high school.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? We're bringing back a plan for the high school, but just moving forward with Bridgepoint today.
So would that be an amendment to?
No, we're voting the way it's written, which is, it was only originally written for Bridgepoint. We're just trying to figure out how to help those students that are currently at Memorial. And that's what would be coming back, would be a plan regarding that. But this allows us not to hold up Bridgepoint, which we don't want to get in the position of doing. At least that's how I feel.
So the purchasing of the licenses, would that take another step later on? Is that something that we could go ahead and do, like if we need to add at a later point?
If we need to add
Okay.
for Memorial, then we can add, we can do a different, we can
Make another.
I can bring back an amendment to the contract.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think we're good on that one. Warrant report, Member Hill.
Well, we have to approve it.
Nope, nope, we're not. We're going to 14.5. I've done this before and it's worked, so.
Okay.
And so far, Ms.
Okay.
Parks hasn't said anything, so I must be okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, 14.5, which is what Ms. Sparks spoke on, and I'll make it really quick. I would agree that details matter, and that all great organizations pay attention to details. And I know that we have a lot of issues going on, and we're going through transformation, but that we need to set a very high bar for ourselves. And so I want us to make sure that we don't sort of accept incomplete information, improper information. And so really reinforce with all levels of staff that they need to pay attention to this, and that's it.
Okay. So are we able to vote with the way it is, with the recommendation of please go back and check in on this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so We've had our discussion on the ones that we've pulled. Now we will vote on the whole bunch of them together. So may I have a motion to approve the non-personnel items as they read? No, there's no amendment. There's no amendment.
Can we vote separately on 14.3 though?
Why?
I mean, I fundamentally think that we should add some more licenses right now and provide some clarity that there will be at least some available for rising seniors at the high school. So I would much prefer that we vote on it that way. If I'm overruled, that's fine. But I'm in favor of everything else on the consent agenda. I'm not in favor of approving it as currently is because I think we should expand it and ensure that it's available at the high school. But
Through the board, should we just extend the time now to 10:45?
No, we're going to be out of here at 10:30. These guys started their day at 6:30 this morning, and we need to just handle this. All right, I will not include 14.3. So may I have a motion for 14.2 and 14.4 through 14.12, please?
I'll make a motion to approve everything else on the consent agenda.
Okay, a second?
I second.
Member Jones, oh, go ahead.
I second.
Okay. Member Hill seconds. We are voting on 14.2, 14.4 through 14.12. Gabe? Thank you. All right, 6 ayes. Now we are going to vote on 14.3. Member Block has made an amendment to add Memorial, how many licenses?
I'll say 30 licenses.
Okay, 30 licenses for Newark Memorial. The motion was made by Block. Do I have a second for that?
I second.
Okay. Everyone vote. We are voting to add the 30 for the high school as an amendment now rather than waiting until the 19th, just so we're very clear that that's what we're voting on. Okay. It does not pass. It is 3 noes and 2 yeses because yours is just preferential. So it does not pass.
I move approval of item 14.3.
As it reads?
As it reads.
Okay. So we, going back,
I second.
taking another vote. All right, so this is number 2, and this is a motion from Thomas
You can
and
still
a
vote,
second
it's just your
from
vote doesn't count,
Hill.
like when it's like a split vote.
What? Am I missing something?
No, I was just explaining the vote is like why her vote.
Preferential.
Oh.
I was explaining what that meant. I was just trying to help.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, go ahead and vote for that, please. You still get to vote, it's still okay. All right. And that with a, it does pass for just the bridge point at this point, and then we'll look forward to further discussion on August 19th. Member Hill.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so the intent, I'm going to try to help support everybody, right?
Right, exactly. That is
Okay,
the intent.
Great, thank you.
President Jones?
Yes.
Can you repeat
I sure
first
can.
and second motion?
Yep.
The second vote?
Give me a half a second to write it down myself while I still have it in my head, because who knows how long it'll last. Okay, the second one was a motion by Thomas, a second by Hill.
Thank you.
And you got the vote? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you all. We will continue that discussion a little bit more on August 19th. All right, we are at Board comments and agenda requests. You want to start? Member Hill? Do you have any?
Yes, thank you, President Jones. Yes, so as I'd mentioned in prior meetings, I think it's very important that we have an annual superintendent evaluation process, right? And this is a standard thing in the CSBA toolkit, and normally that's something that is scheduled to happen by the end of the academic year. Because we've had so much change over the past couple of years, that hasn't happened. But I would like to make a formal request, because although we have a board meeting that's coming up in September, it's really not a standalone superintendent evaluation. And the reason why I fully believe that this is so important is not only to talk about all the great things that we've done over the past year, but more importantly, in my mind, this is an opportunity for the board to sit down together and to talk about the expectations for the upcoming year. And I think it's very important, because we can only act as unit of authority, right? We can't be providing individual direction to the superintendent. And so I would like to request that with the president's permission here, that we just ask people their availability to try to meet to do this as soon as possible. And I'm available every single Saturday, all the way up through, where did I write it down here? I don't know where I wrote it down. Oh, here it is. I'm available 8:16, 8:23, 8:30, 9:06.
Rather than go through
Okay.
that at this point, I hear what you're saying. There are some protocols in our policies that we need to look at to take into consideration. With that, Nancy and I will sit down and work on that and see what our next step is in order to be able to do that, to look at that.
But we're going to get something scheduled.
We're going to look at getting that scheduled and I think that needs to be something that the entire board needs to agree on, if that's a priority.
So then I think that we need to just talk about it right now. Who wants for us to complete our superintendent agenda? Raise your hands.
Formal evaluation?
Formal evaluation.
Can we talk about this when we don't have 14 minutes?
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too.
So the challenge.
If you let
Member Thomas.
President, yeah. If you let us work on that, it has to be a two-step process. And the first step is at an open meeting to agree on the tool that we'll use.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to work with Ms. Jones on the tool that we could bring to the board and after talking with the superintendent to get her agreement, to have the board approve the tool, and then from there we can schedule the formal evaluation.
But we're committing to put something together and schedule it.
Well, I'm committed to bringing a tool forward, yeah,
Okay.
and asking the board to approve it
Okay.
with Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yeah, it is a two-step process. That's what I looked up. It's a two-step process. We have to come up with a tool. It has to be discussed. And then we set a date moving forward from there.
And can we set that this tool be introduced to us at the next agenda, in the next meeting?
Yes, we can do that.
Great.
I know. I'm going to say something. I don't have the capacity, folks. I really don't. If you want to know the truth, I am up every single night working hard on your financials. I can't do this. I honestly don't have any time to take on another piece to be able to work on things. We are working tirelessly. We're trying to get school started, and you're asking me to come up with something before the 19th to be able to talk about what that tool is. I'm not okay with it. And I'm just going to say something right now. I can't do it. I just can't. And if you want to have this discussion here over the next, I don't care, 25 minutes, I'm about done. I don't think I have the capacity anymore, and I'm exhausted.
So Superintendent, how can we as a board give you direction for the next year if we don't have this meeting?
I thought you were having a meeting where you all were going to be talking about your board goals that was happening in September. It's my understanding that there is a meeting that has been set. And I don't understand, I really don't understand why that meeting is not going to happen. And so
It is going to happen.
It is. But they're two different meetings.
My understanding from our May 6th meeting, when we gave you your contract, was that we gave you direction at that time. We spent time over conversations, over multiple meetings, having conversations talking about what it was that we wanted to have in terms of goals. And when we handed you your contract, my understanding and my recollection from that night was that we gave you some things that we wanted you to focus on, i.e. making sure that positions were filled, that hiring staff was the most important thing, and that we would then talk in January about how that was going. That was my recollection and understanding from that day. And it was talking. It wasn't, I don't remember saying we will do a formal evaluation even in January.
None of that conforms with what CSBA advocates for.
Okay, I understand that, but that's not what we talked about when we went over
I
Superintendent
have a
Vicar's.
completely different recollection.
Okay.
I remember us providing direction for the end of the year, but not to get us through to the end of the year, but that we were going to have an end-of-year superintendent evaluation. That's what I
Well,
recall.
I guess I was thinking end of year in December as end of year, not end of fiscal year, but end of calendar year. That could be where the confusion lies. I'm just saying. That's what I remember. So anyone else want to chime in since we have 9 more minutes?
I think now's not the time to have an extended discussion of this. I think this can wait. I think it can wait. I think that we need to each make our concluding comments, a final word or two, and we go home for the evening. We can pick up where we left off next time.
Thank you. Member Aguado, go ahead.
I agree. We should just proceed.
Okay. Member Block?
This is just in terms of closing.
Just closing comments, yeah.
That's my mic. Yeah, my main thing, I'm just really curious to see how the new bell schedule goes at the high school. I met with some staff and students before I went out of town in July, and they do have some concerns about how to continue to, make happen all the things that happened during pause last year, where there was support with college applications or tutoring for English learners, retaking of tests and things like that. I just want to make sure we're continuing that conversation around pause, that it's truly just a pause on pause, and that we're working on a plan to bring it back. I think it's an important conversation to continue. Not setting a specific timeline on it. I know there's a lot going on as we get started on the school year, but I would like us to continue that conversation so that we can bring it back as soon as possible to ensure that we have an intervention plan available to students. Not all students can stay before or after school, and during lunch, it's a very short time. Kids need to eat. Teachers may or may not be available to open their classroom doors. So I just think we, at some point in the next month or so, should have a conversation about bringing back pause and ensuring that we have an intervention period built into the day so that all of the many different things that happen outside of class time can be done in support of our Memorial students. And just wishing everyone a great start to the school year. 2 days away. It's super early in August. I can't believe August 7th is the start of the school year, but just wishing everyone a great start to the school year. Teachers, staff, students, families, looking forward to another great year. Thank you.
Member Aguado.
Likewise, just to mention, I really appreciate the invitation to today's certificated event that we had at the high school. Really appreciate the platform there that we had, and look forward to tomorrow for classified and the rest of the staff. Thank you very much for everyone that came out. Really appreciate your time. I know it's a really long day, so have a great night.
All right. Anyone else? I'm good. All right. Oh, go ahead. That's why I said anybody else, and then.
Well, I'd like to thank Rachel Bloom for her spices and for the levity you've added to our meeting.
I will take complete credit for when the HVAC system gets fixed.
Okay.
That's my reelection.
Yeah. Anyway, on another subject, I've spoken to the superintendent, but the audit committee meeting is in September, and at the last meeting, there was no staff was there. And we made a motion for information to be provided by staff at our next meeting, primarily regarding the stipends. So I would like to see a copy of the audit report that was prepared along with the attachments, and make sure that staff sees that so that we can get question, and looking at maybe have a draft minutes from that last meeting where staff was not present, sent out to the committee and to staff, so that we can make sure that everyone's prepared to provide the information we've asked for at the next audit committee meeting. Thank you.
Superintendent.
Thank you. I like that. Take a moment to thank staff who was here this evening and staff who worked on the programs for today, and all the staff that's working hard to be able to prepare for our families to come back on Thursday. It was exciting to see our teachers back today. I look forward to tomorrow with our classified staff. I do want to encourage the board, start your search. Start your search for your new superintendent.
Thank you, and I will adjourn the meeting at 10:25.